Alright, welcome in, one and all, to this stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Happy Halloween for those who celebrate, for those who don't. Too bad, we're celebrating here. With big ol' Skrag the Slaughter. What is more horrifying than thinking with no arms that just wants to toss you in a food pot and have you for a snack? I think nothing. We've also got Big Kev joining us for this stream. Welcome Brian, welcome Sloth the Skeleton. And welcome Just Yes, I've been loving the Clan Birkin campaign. Listen, the Clan Birkin campaign has been so much fun. Probably by far my favorite of the Skaven goodness. In fact, let me go ahead and get. I had planned on having the patch notes up on the side just in case you guys had any questions for me. So quickly, let me go ahead and get those pulled up, and we can get back to this. So, main reason we're playing is Skrag here today is kind of give a first look at the changes that have been made to the Mercenary Contracts, which are now called Bounties, and we're going to have 3 of them instead of choosing between 3 that you only get 1 of. All 3 of them will be active the entire time, and you'll be able to basically complete them at your leisure. And as soon as you do complete one, or if they expire, you'll get a new bounty that very next turn, allowing you to keep racking up all the goodies you want. Welcome on in, ain't no way. Happy Halloween to you as well. Apologize to complete the falling behind in the Cattering campaign. The NBA season has taken priority. Entirely understand. Well, we are dunking on Fools of Cattering, so. Like I said, let me go ahead and get this pulled up in the background. There we go. Maybe. The main changes that we're going to be seeing, though, are to the Ogres. There's lots of other changes that have been kind of sweeping made to across the entirety of the battlescape there, with different balance changes being made. The biggest one that I at least have to come to mind being that they have standardized how the chariots work. So the chariots now have standardized masses across the different sizes. If I can pull those up real quick, I can even show them. I may not show them, but I'll at least read them. We've also got a new thing where we have, before there was no research overflow, so if you had a crazy amount of extra research rate, none of your research point surplus would go towards anything, which would all be wasted. So if you had, say, 400% research rate, and you were only needing 1 more turn to complete it, and it was taking, say, 100% of that research that it normally would, 300% of that would be completely wasted. So now they've got it changed where you're actually able to have some surplus carry on over to where the next research, that way you are able to power through a little bit faster, and it's more worth it to stack up research rate. It was always worth it before, now it's actually more worth it because you'll actually be able to benefit from them if you have too much for a certain research.
Its whispers never end.
I'm getting to the chariot part, it's way down here. They also did a whole bunch of changes to all the trees and a lot of the maps, which I think is very well done. Grief chariots, where you guys at? There it is. So small chariots, so that's going to be your goblin wolf chariots. Those are going to have 1,000 mass now. Medium chariots being the Ithlamar chariot, will have, looks like 1,500 mass. Monstrous chariots, like your Gore Beast chariots and above, are going to have 2,000 mass, and then monstrous single entities, like your Chariot of the Gods, are going to have 3,000 mass. So it's a little bit more standardized. There's no such thing as too much research rate. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. But now it's even more it's actually worth it to have, whereas before it was only really giving you the initial benefit. Say wizard and chariots. Yeah, no, that's absolutely the truth. My chariots are doomed from the start. So over here with Skrag, nothing really has changed across our main army here. We've got Skrag being the legendary lord, big horrifying monstrosity he is. Meat Cleaver in either hand after his, I think it was a tyrant, cut his arms off and tried to exile him, which he then beat the brakes off a bunch of gorgers and brought them back to annihilate his tribe. Lovely. You don't have nearly as many unique skills with the Ogres, so I'm hoping with the DLC we get to see a overhaul to both Skrag and Greases, where they have a few more uniques under their belt, and actually some proper skill tree. This one's fine, but I would like a little bit more. It's a little bit bare bones. We've also got the big names to work with here, where we will be unlocking them as we go. I also would like a little bit of a change where you're able to kind of stack these names, because if you hear anyone in lore ever basically just either announce themselves as Greases or any of the other tyrants, they have that huge line of names, so they've got a long epithet. So having all of them active at the same time I think would be great. So as you unlock them, you just get them all. Similar to what we get with the Warriors of Chaos already. What else we got going here with the Ogres? We've got a good old Big Kev the Hunter. We got a pretty good one here who has the cunning trait, so he's going to have poison attacks and will have a higher chance of ambushing. Hunter's going to be fantastic for buffing up your saber tusks. Well, he has Colossal Strike now, too. I do love that they added in Colossal Strike kind of retroactively to all the other units that should have it. Also realizing that because of your location, you may have a chance to show off the new unit today, as they might poke you in the gut. They'll try their best. Would it be smart to fight Vlad as the Ogres? Vampires have scary single entities and lords. And we have Skrag. And what else do we have here for the Ogres? Ogres have some pretty nasty single entity damage. Not a huge roster, but we do have the Crushers, which are just horrifying. And then any of our Lead Belchers or even the Man-Eaters with the Ogre Pistols, fantastic at dealing with single entities. I think we should have no trouble. The other thing that's also really good at it is the Iron Blaster. It just annihilates whatever it shoots out, so I think we shall have no trouble. Skrag, you've got your Noblars, you've got your Ogre Bulls, you've got your Trappers, you've got your Gorgers, which are our main attraction here. Unbreakable, Frenzy, and they have Stalk as well, so they're very sneaky, horrifying, abandoned Spartan Ogre children that have lived on despite their abandonment. You're going to go on into Offer the Great Maw. You've got 4 options. I tend to go for the Come and Get It very early on for the extra movement range. Yoink. So for Skrag, we have 10% extra anyway. As the Prophet of the Great Maw, we have 10% more movement range for all of our armies, 1 more capacity for Butchers, and 2 extra rank for Butchers. Come and get it, you lazy turds. And for his trait itself, we have the Gore Harvester, which is going to be just giving casualty replenishment rate to Gorgers, and then having 50% less upkeep for them as well. We'll have quite a sneaky anvil for our armies here. Onward to clobbering the Marius and turning him into delicious hamburgers. Hey, Timosha, welcome in. Wizard, will you save the big chunkus Ogre in Lostria? I mean, I could try. We will do our best. Will we succeed? Maybe. I will have ourselves a little bit of a pre-battle feast here. Don't want to do too much, but it'll give us a little bit more speed, unit mass, and charge bonus, which is what we are going to be needing in abundance to be the Ogres. So we have 1,500 mass normally. Does it actually show the change here? Let's find out. Drop it down to 0. It does not. So we're gaining mass on this 1,500 then, which is fair. We'll just go ahead and have a double fisting some drumsticks before we charge into fight here. Marius, you're about to have the worst day. Don't think you would venture to Lustria when you have Igit next door. We've got lots of enemies next door. We've got the Dwarfs, we've got all of the Talayan Estalians, we've got the entirety of the Empire, we've got Vlad. No one really is going to like us until we start doing our bounties. We can do that pretty selectively to get ourselves some good allies. Also, the people around us will start to see them start fielding more and more Ogre units because they have changed the way the Ogre Mercenaries work. Where before it was just the Ogre Bulls. I'm still trying to get them to change it to where it's not just... So currently, let's see if I can pull that up as well. Otherwise I'll say it wrong, and I don't want incorrect information here. Okay, so now where it used to just be the Ogre Bulls, now you've got the Ogre Bulls with dual weapons, Man-Eaters with Ogre Pistols, Mournfang Cav, and the Ogre Giant. Only thing I'd like to see change is with the Ogre Giant, maybe change that to Lead Belchers. Because in lore, the Lead Belchers are known to loan themselves out for battle quite often. We'll just go ahead and have a very frontal attack here. I like having my Noblars in very grouped up units, that way they're not taking that much damage unless someone has a lot of artillery. So the Trappers off to the side here to go after those Crossbowmen. You just bring the Gorgers in from the angles, or the side angles pretty aggressively. We'll take a look at all of our units here in just a second, too. Skrag and the Hunter. And I throw the Ogres behind. They can charge through whoever is bogged down with our Noblars and just obliterate whatever unit they hit. Saber Tusk, I'm going to keep near this squad for now. And let's take a quick look. And what I was talking about with the different Ogres, so that's for the mercenaries. So if there are Ogres nearby, factions are able to recruit more mercenary units. We're able to have 1 unit in each army, and it had to be just the Bulls. Now you can have 3, and it can be more than just Ogre Bulls. It has all those other options as well. So like maybe not the Ogre Giant, and instead Lead Belchers. Although giving Lead Belchers to too many factions sounds like a horrifying idea. It's in the lore though, so hello there, Sabertusks. Like chariots, these battle cats, I don't ever seem to do very well with them. We're to try our best though. Like, I obviously have put no one way over here. Oh, Noblars with their tin pot armor. 1 armor is a gain from the tin pot hat, as well as +3 confidence. Skrag himself, he is a nightmare. I'd love to see maybe him be able to have access to some traps as well, since he's got one here on his hip here. Just more weapons and more tools for your butchers. Got your pot of just delicious people soup and everything else. He'll be throwing people into that randomly as the battle goes on, and these Noblars will kind of quickly stir them on in, giving him access to more winds of magic. Good old hunter. Best way to tame you a Sabertusk is to bonk it on the head till it knows your boss. And then our trappers with their fur. Sneaky boys. These aren't, everyone just thinks they're wolves coming up on them, apparently. It's a wolf with a double shiv. It's terrifying. Terrifying rendition. Then onward, lastly, to our gorgers, and I'll catch up on some comments while we look at these things. They've got some pretty crazy animations. So as he needs to rescue his Adis Chungus cousin out in Bretonia. Also, was what I put in Elspeth in the book, as well as not giving the Dalby territory back. And the Caterin has kept her words, and she will be spared. Luckily, that Elspeth campaign was eaten by Shaiish, so it's gone forever. However, we are going to have a new one coming in pretty soon with the Victory Conditions Overhaul mod, which is going to be lots of fun. I'm thinking that's going to go ahead and launch here on Monday. Elspeth she'll return very soon. And that's going to be Immortal Empires. I was talking about having it be the Realm of Chaos, but I was doing that one as a test. And that campaign is just so simple that you've obliterated all of your enemies and you're quickly fighting into the Darklands, which is just something that doesn't make quite a lot of sense for the Empire. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a quick look at graphic settings for any who are interested. Ooh, graphic settings. Back in. Ooh, the fray. I do love me playing some Ogre Kingdoms. I can't lie, I think the Ogre Kingdoms are my favorite of the 3 that are coming for the DLC. I'm gonna be excited to play Khorne as well. But Khorne is already so overwhelmingly powerful. Skate along. God, that would hurt so bad. Dragging along his pot. Let's get moving. Gorgers keep coming around the backside here. We'll have them obliterate the crossbows. Often in the lore, the ogres really wouldn't use the gorgers with much actual strategy because it's not very easy to get them to do what you want. They are fairly insane, so they will just kind of, you basically unleash them, you let them out of their cages, and just let them go do their thing. Keep moving around the outside here. I'm going to send Skrag right on in. We want the Noblars to take the initial charge. And the main issue you'll find with ogres is your Noblars are so much slower than your normal ogres that you kind of have to wait for them to get on into combat. But if you're patient, I think you can throw the javelin just far enough to hit these guys without getting shot. Maybe. Even if so, I'll try to dodge. Spear away. Can't even throw one. Brother. Alright, let's go ahead and run. You can dodge crossbow bolts pretty well, though. Speedy hunter. Go straight through. We'll send them in behind. Ogres, come on in as well. Run over whatever's in the middle there. Let's send the hunter to throw some javelins at this general. These guys are scared, so we'll gobble up some brains and scare them even more, and we'll bull gorger on the gorgers. Then we'll watch the fight. Noblars will make it first. I think I didn't give the trappers a proper order. Oh, I did. Cool. So you guys actually go through and go after the swordsman now. Don't give him an inch. Drag it on in there. Oh, and gorger down? No, he was just pretending. Skrag's just gonna waddle through. Here come the proper ogres. They can get crunching now. Yeah. Give them the business, boys. pull out the Saber Tusk for a moment. And go ahead and surround this general. Give him a little bit of the Brain Gobbler to try to scare him off. That's a pretty quick mustard and ketchup covered battle. Rest in peace, Border Princess. Where do you think Skrag's going to find himself relocated to? Do you think he's going to stay here in the Badlands forever? Do you think he's getting barred? Var's kind of, or whatever this, I'll pull out in a moment to see which Dawi garrison we're next to here, but the one we are is kind of an interesting starting position for him. I do love that this general is still fighting. Gotta give you credit. You can see him, he's still surrounded by Chungus. You can see just how massive Skrag is. Your normal Gorgons are far taller than your normal Ogres. Starved and they're lanky and very stretched out, horrifying versions. Skrag just dwarfs them. The biggest of big boys. See if we get one of the animations where he tosses someone in the pot. Maybe, maybe not. This poor Imperial stood no chance. Get back to throwing their stuff at him. We'll hunt down everyone here just for the extra experience. So come on, Noblars, you pull it away. You're in the way. Our Ogres are hungry. You guys get the scraps. Pull you back so you can throw the javelin. Sweet, and we'll speed things up. Give them higher attack. Chase this group down. We may have to leave their general. Put them back on melee mode so they chase. They are faster than your Empire crossbows, so we'll get them into range a little bit, and then we'll have them throw their riches and things at them. Oh, maybe not. Skrag, go get him. What are you doing? That is a prime target. You better not let him get away. That'll be embarrassing. Waddle faster, brother. There he goes. You're just gonna push him out of the map. He's doing good damage the whole time, but good grief. Turn on the rockets and push that guy out of the map. Nazi for Carl, whatever. Scarbrand is good, but he can always get better. After all, you need more skulls to the throat. Definitely not a corn worshiper. Yeah, fair enough. They can always get better, but I'm really excited to see what they're going to be doing for the Ogres, who really do need more help. Listen, I'm the Wrathbringers and Wrathmongers that it seems like they are going to be bringing. No problems here. More chain axes, chain flails, perfect. We need more of those animations everywhere. But they're going to be so overwhelmingly strong that I don't know how fun those campaigns are going to end up being. I enjoy a little bit of challenge, but we'll absolutely still be playing Khorne. Especially if they're getting a Friel Sea Lord as well as Skulltaker. Which I think they already said they were, so that should be our ball. Cannot wait to see what they do. Because there's lots of things they can still do with Khorne, where he is all about upgrading their weapons and armor. Like, they have the great, gigantic forges there in his realm that are all about just making his weapons even more and more horrifying. So having a kind of upgrade system, like one of them could be about, I guess, our ball, could be on top of about, I guess, just not being slain, never losing a battle. They can try to bring in something where they have kind of an upgrade system for Khornate warriors, where they're upgrading their weapons or something else. Process meat, and it could be kind of rehashed from the Ikit Claw system. It would still be perfect, or even the Chaosdorf one. We're gonna go ahead and process them up. Delicious man sausage. We've got a Yeti Wrangler. Sounds like a bad job. Anyone stupid enough to attempt to cow or even converse with these savage relatives deserves their extra share of the loot or grub. Actually, I think the Yetis are fairly nice to the Ogres. They have this great big horn that they blow, and either one of them will come to each other's aid. Old sigil sword. That'll work. Marius was slain and tossed in the pot, and we have ourselves the Gore Harvester, big name.
Skrag.
Perfect. Get Skrag his points.
Servant.
Toothy Noblars gives us more magic. Tolerance to toxins gives us more health. Be nice if it gave you also an immunity to contact effects at the last tier. So maybe immune to poison in the first tier, and then at the last one, immune to contact effects. Let's go route marshal there, that way so we can get around even further. Big Kev, I think we're going to even further boost up our movement. This first little thing here, we have to have a split start. We have to go after Akendorf as well as the rest of this coast down here, because it doesn't take long for them to recover after taking down that first army. Pretty sure they have another one over here somewhere. We'll move in though after Matorka. 2 turns in, we'll go ahead and get our actual campaign bounty mechanics going. Crunch some more border presence. Ogre Kingdom's also really suffer in auto-resolve, so you're going to have to be fighting lots of your battles here with them. Our difficulty is very hard with the good old AI stat slider set to neutral, like always. I just turned back. Nickname suggested for the Sabertusk. Gray is a legitimate site. Excuse me. Oh, hello, trees. So, this entire back area is forest. I haven't ever been able to spawn on this side of the map. At least not in a long time. As ogres, I don't think we are going to enjoy the forest very much. We like knocking over walls and punching people, but nah, we don't like forest so much. Getting Strider with our ogres is going to be very important. Alright, well, so here's going to be the plan. Ev's going to be running from this side. They only have the 1 unit of crossbows. We're going to actually overwhelm them with Gorgers. They can Vanguard deploy, so we're pulling the way over here. Noblar Trappers also on those crossbows, because they can eviscerate them pretty quickly. They can also do a pretty good job against Spearmen without shields, so we might actually have them do that. Once again, set up the main core of the Noblars. We'll have to be a little bit more patient with our ogres here until we have the Iron Fists, which will be really good at blocking missiles and have quite a bit higher melee defense as well.
Get ready to bite off a few heads.
Get ready to bite off a few heads. I will have the trappers deploy here, and then we'll just take these ogres to the side. There we go. So main characters, Noblars, Gorgers, and then the Battle Cats, which will go ahead and get renamed to your suggestion there, Brian, pretty soon. No matter how much it does offend. Yeah, they're Gorgers. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and have the normal ogres walk. They move far too fast. And we'll probably just overwhelm these spears with a combination of Noblar. Like so. You move up a little bit further as well. Those Noblars, you see, these javelins are going to be so incredibly effective. We're going to have Yetis coming in soon. We'll have Thunder Tusks. We'll have those Blood Vultures, which I think are going to be... Ooh. Rest in peace, Hans. A fantastic addition. Wait, you guys were all the way back there in the back. Let's get those crossbows quick, otherwise we're going to take some nasty damage. But they're no longer braced, even though they are spears, we're going to go ahead and run them down. We're going to do everything we can to buff up that fight there. They're in. Crunch them. He's going to continue to throw javelins their way. Sabertusk, I want you to come through. Pretty quickly overwhelm them. They're not braced, so that's another easy overwhelm for our Gorgers. Though they are bonus versus large, or to do so when you're being torn in half. Okay, that group's broken. Go ahead and turn them back around after here. These 2 Gorgers as well. Let's break this army quickly. That way we get the mass route, and it's a fast feast from there. Get you in here, you take a little bit too much damage. They're bulls. As long as we don't lose the bulls themselves, they are pretty replenishable. Always try to throw your goodies. Keep punching through that line. I lost a couple of ogres there, but it's just 4 men. 4 bulls is pretty easy to replenish. Stuff. We're able to replace all of our normal Noblars eventually with the Sneaky Boys. It just confuses the enemy AI a little bit more in the battles. I think we've got some spears that are coming on back, so Skrag, come on back around yourself. Set the Gorgers wide. You guys keep crunching these lads, and they should just turn and flee, which is the worst idea they've ever had. Alright, Knoblars, that's enough out of you. Skrag, keep chasing these fools, put that into fast forward. And another smushing for the Empire, or at least the Southern Realms. Gorges caught up on one another. Alright, moving on through. And actually, on my own time here, I've actually finally picked up, because it was just a little bit too pricey otherwise, picked up on Audible the first, I think, 5 of the Gotrek and Felix, where I'm reading, or at least, I guess, listening on through Troll Slayer now. Fantastic stuff. We have just dealt with a Sludneshi cult in a certain town. So I'm not that far in, but still finally getting to listening to these fantastic books. Does the bounty teleport you like Oxyotl? No, it absolutely does not. So it is basically just 3 extra missions that you were given, and you can complete them for those rewards. And then you get a new one then the turn after. You can also ignore them, let them expire, and then the same way, a new bounty will pop up the next turn. But sadly, no teleporting. And you will be still getting no benefits from, or at least no negation to trespassing penalties and things like that, so it's not changed a huge amount, but it is a lot. I'd say it's a lot more user-friendly now. For instead of just getting 1 bounty that's probably not going to be very good for you, you get 3 to choose from, and some of them might be good, and if they weren't, you can just ignore them and wait for another one. I'm thinking we haven't seen all of the Ogre changes yet. I don't have any confirmation on that. I couldn't even if I did, but I'm sure we haven't seen all the changes that the Ogres are going to have. This is just kind of the immediate laying the foundations. If I'm wrong there, I'll be a little bit sad. Alright, we will be absolutely sacking Matorka. As the Ogres, our settlements will never get much higher, they'll never get higher than tier 3. So it's all about our camps. Still want some settlements, but we are going to be mostly rampaging through like monsters. We'll love it. We are having to repair this for more than we gain from sacking. Might just let it repair itself then. And we'll grab the grazing pastures in Engazar.
It hungers.
It hungers. We'll go for healer with Skrag to boost up our replenishment as much as possible. And I forgot to grab my my big name Gore Harvester. So this is what you gain for processing some meat. It just generates 2 per turn, which is a pretty decent little bump there. For our quests, we only have the Cauldron of the Great Maw, which will have a quest battle issued for at rank 10. Gives us some upkeep reduction, corruption reduction, melee attack and defense bumps, and then the passive, which will giving him an area of effect heal for Gorgers, as well as his damage bump. So damage bump and an area of effect heal for Gorgers. So Skrag's meant to be a Gorger Doomstack all the way. We'll try to make something a little bit more thematic than just a Doomstack. The only building I will repair here immediately is both of them. We sacked it for no real reason. Such is the way sometimes. Nothing to do through diplomacy for now. We're going to kind of wait and see how things stack up here.
Onward.
I'd like to try to get on in friendly terms with the Dawi. That way, we can get their lovely trade, and we can continue to sack and rampage around here without really too much issue. So pretend friends with the Dawi early on, and use our massive bulk to crumple their enemies. Oh, I forgot to... Oh, man. That's not good. Get ahead of ourselves. We don't need any recruiting turn 1. I haven't done that in so long. Have they met Throg yet? No, not yet. I tend to dislike Skrag's vision a bit because it does, focus should be on the camps, but all of the tradable resources near him make it difficult to resist occupying the first 8 settlements or so. And yeah, that's indeed true. Makes it harder if you don't recruit anyone.
My prey shall quiet.
We've got Everfamished now.
It cools.
And so, yeah, like I said, we do need to come up here. We'll try to secure this first province, but holding it's not going to be super easy. So we'll move over to Akendorf, we'll take it down, and even if we don't claim it or hold it, that'll be just fine. We're going to walk all the way over to the edge here. Burn 5 big names across all characters, and we'll actually get some recruiting going. I'm going to go for a couple of Iron Fist Bulls. And then we recruit up a Butcher. here in Matorka. Or a Slaughtermaster, that is. We'll go a lore of the Great Maw, of course. Maw Preacher for control and corruption drop. Or Gad the Farter. Man. Always able to get extra movement just by that, huh? Gad the Stomp Stomper. We'll bring Gad the Stomp Stomper in later. He seems like too much fun to not. For now, you'll just be bringing yourself as an extra warrior. Lovely. For your big names there, Gardog, what do you have access to? Well, he doesn't have any. Wait, so there's no big names for Slaughtermasters? Interesting. And kind of strange. I mean, even our hunters have big names, excuse me? We've got Giant Breaker, Death Cheater, Lose a Battle and Survive. I don't like that at all. 12 melee attack when fighting against elves, the elf mulcher, and then a 10 more attack for winning at 5 battles. Alright, well let's come on in here and grab stock for our 1 set of saber tusks. They're much more sneaky.
The more calls them fall.
Indeed. Next turn we will unlock our bounties and really start cooking. No, Gotrek and Felix Troll Slayer. Have they Throg yet? No, not yet. I think I'm only on chapter 5. I am not very far in, but I've just kind of started. We are dealing with a Beastmen group in the forest led by a particular Warrior of Chaos. Squash them. Deal with... here's our bounties. We need to deal with Burnoth, Gundadrak. Actually, let's go on through here. We can see the bounties properly. So here is our new page, where we can see the issuer, who we need to take out, or what we need to do, as well as the reward. If we take down Burnoth, Gundadrak, we'll gain a Fistful of Laurels, which is a really, really good one-time use. Look like a Horn of Corn, almost, but with even more benefits. So we need to go after Barak Var for that one. If we were going after Karak Bufdar, most of ours are going after Barak Var for our next target. Or if we were to help Barak Var, we would need to go after Blight Tinscratch, the disgraced former member of the Council of 13. Or some weak stuff. Meat for either of these, but for dealing with Burnout, we get a Fistful of Laurels, which is very worth it. We've got 10 turns to complete this one, and 30 and 20 for these two. The meat not being nearly as useful, and all going to Targog. We're probably going to go after Birnoth. We'll keep an eye on the timer there. We're not going to do it yet, because the Dalby are going to be very dangerous. We need to build up more. Definitely more than we already have. I'm going to actually leave Targog in Matorka. We're going to go for Give Me Gut Magic on him. It's not actually building up any wins of magic. Well, a little bit of a waste. And then we're going to also have you grab us a few more Iron Fist pulls for our coming fights. Skrag is going to move in on Ockendorf. We got Dalby, we got all sorts of stuff around here. A crushing defeat you give us. I mean, we don't have that many guys. We'll be fine. Buff that up to 5 extra, so we have 10% more speed, 10% more mass, and charge bonus as well. They give us a crushing defeat. I think you're crazy. Okay, Skrag also was able to hit the walls. Oh no, he already is immune to contact effects. Well, that's perfectly fine then. We don't need that to be in the tolerance toxins at all. Let's bring down Ockendorf. Against all odds, apparently. Man, you lose often enough on the channel that Death Cheater is perfectly doable. Oh man. That's messed up. I hope we could actually get trick-or-treaters today. We got 8 last year, and I was off with 4 boxes of king-size candy bars. We'll see at that point. Even if the trick-or-treaters lose, you gain. Apparently cavities, though. You gain cavities. Delicious for the time being, though. Throw my coffee cup across the room here. Always a safe prospect. Alright, so we'll start deployment. That is 4 towers right off the bat. I don't like that so much. Where's the best place to strike at? Ockendorf, apparently actually pretty well defended. Gotta give it to him. This is a huge stretch, though. If we focused everyone here, we could probably get real kinetic and tear up a whole bunch of this area. Leaves us exposed to with 3 towers, though. Which this one went to. Ooh, that's a lot of wall to tear down. Alright, let's go for it. So Noblars to catch the arrows. I'm gonna actually throw... I do want the trappers slightly behind them as well. Sneak up and start shooting guys on the walls. I will have the Gorgers not all the way up front. We need them to be able to sneak in without getting immediately shot to pieces. That's going to be our Noblar's job. If our Ogres make it in, we're in good shape. There's a lot that can fire on these guys, though, for not moving very quickly. Our sneaky saber tusks we can bring in after this gatehouse. And then our less armored Ogres find themselves a wall to tear down. Alright, let's do this.
The mole that walks.
The mole that walks.
Guts out, boys.
I'll actually go ahead and have the Gorgers roll with the saber tusk. I don't think they're actually able to tear down walls. Oh, they are.
Bring us me.
Happy to be wrong. Let's do it.
Skrag, the slewer.
Alright, Skrag, get you on this gate here.
Cook, consume the meat of all that is not us.
Exactly. You two kind of fall back a little bit here so we're not getting shot too much by these crossbows, because they will start falling back pretty quickly. They don't like it when you chop their walls down. We need you to use your bolt to tear the walls. We gotta get close. Saber tusks. Those are your gates. Get in there, boys. Help out the main crew tearing down the walls. Noblar trappers start throwing stuff. We also, of course, have the Shatterstone to use, which is always lovely. Enjoy death there, boys. I'm still gonna keep working at tearing down more sections of the wall, though. Skrag, if you want to rush on forward a little bit, that sounds great. I don't know why you boys ran like that. Go ahead and send one Noblar team in to start dueling with these halberdiers. We gotta watch out for the crossbows outside. They're gonna all fire on Skrag at the same time, and that's gonna hurt. As you'd expect. Let's come this way, though. We're not gonna get by the same guys here. Listen, these Noblars up on top of the walls here. Please don't go on that one. You guys are just gonna get killed. Alright, Noblars are moving in. Skrag back in this way. We'll have this set of Ogre Bulls go here and knock down these walls that are almost down. More melee attack for our Noblars. We're making this terrifying as possible. We've got more wall shaker. Let's go ahead and use it here. Open up the gates. Noblars, come on in this way. These spearmen need to die. Boys, pull back for just a moment. Noblars, move up, start throwing at whoever you can. Start bouncing back and forth here with our heroes. Now, instead of wasting time getting through the gates, we can start chewing on fools. Boys, instead of starting again, let's get... Ignore the walls now.
Bring us me.
Crunch them. Let them come through. They've got these swordsmen on this side. Alright, we need Brain Goblet to scare off some of these spears when possible. In the meantime, we just keep buffing up these Noblars here. Come around, you guys throw your goodies here. Noblars down. Hunters in the middle of some nonsense. Go ahead and shatter the walls here, that way we can send the Saber Dust through. Start mauling them. Gorgers got in. Let's go around with the Gorgers. And then charge in. Start blasting through, boys. Skrag help out here. Let's go Brain Goblet. Let's try to scare these Halberdiers faster. Nobblars get in there. Keep giving the old shiv in the back. I realized there were swordsmen in the way. We just charged those husks in for no reason.
Stalker of prey.
Bull Gorger for said Gorgers. Skrag trying to waddle through into these swordsmen. May work, may not. Crushing defeat, though. Absolutely not. I'll smell ya. Iron Fist focus them first. We still have a few Nobblars on the wall there, so exploding that section of wall would be nothing but bad for us. Let's just blow up this one for good measure. Going back in. We will Brain Goblet these Halberdiers once more, just trying to scare them off. I'll have the Nobblars around here. Ogres that are out here with the Iron Fist go after these Halberdiers. Not gonna be an easy call, but is the whole job. Yeah, those Nobblars are kind of lazy. Get all the Nobblars off of guard mode so that way they're charging into units that are fleeing. Saber Tusks are hungry. Come on back over a couple of these Halberdiers. Are the spears broken? Hard to see. Yeah, they are. Alright, boys, move in on these halberds. It's all Ogre now. Halberdiers be just about the only way to bring down one of our Ogres. And a bull falls. Weak he is. The culture takes the whole survival of the fittest thing to its extreme. Alright, we can gather up a lot extra lads here just for the larder. Maybe if we could get better at pursuing. These crowded streets are too much for the big boys. Butcher and Slaughtermaster do have immune to contact effects. Awesome. Wait, huh? You get a free Shatterstone like that? That army is busted for sieges. Yeah, no, it absolutely is. You get it every single siege. And it's on pretty much a limited cooldown. It's just the best. It's also why if Greases is able to actually build up any momentum, he becomes a pretty scary force. Problem is, Grimgore is, or I think I said Greases. I always get them blended. If Greases is able to build up a force, he becomes pretty terrifying. The problem is Grimgore is too good at giving Ogres lobotomies. So, Grimgore tends to finish Greases off before he gets too much power going. And like I said several times here, they seem like they have teased either the Mangler or the Colossal Squid or both, Squigs. So imagine those things bouncing down the mountains after you with a whole herd of Black Orcs as well. It's going to be a nightmare. Grimgore is just going to get even more powerful. Oh yeah, crushing defeat? Absolutely not. Decisive victory. Ogres are crazy. We'll go ahead and... Oh, do we plunder this one too? I think so. Plunder for the Skrag. And then we will go ahead and occupy the Ockendorf. Getting the princes under our control. We only have 3 commandments because a little bit bare bones here. We'll go for Feast for the Strong for control, anti-movement range for enemies, and growth.
It helps hunger.
Love to hear it. Alright, we've already got the, oh actually, hang on now. Now that this is part of us, we can just go ahead and grab those Iron Fists here in Skrag's army. Go 1 more Iron Fist and then 1 more Nobblar Trapper. reasons I'm going Iron Fist is because they do have, looks like 10 more armor than your Ogre Bulls, as well as a shield that blocks 35% of small arms fire. And then they have a little bit more melee defense as well, so instead of 27, they have a good old 34. And they actually have 26 at base. Iron Fists all the way. And we'll go another point into healer. Whirling Stump Blades. I do like having Whirling Stump Blades. That sounds fantastic.
Thank you,
Our
God.
punishment is very nice already. We'll give that another look in a moment. For now, we'll give a Big Kev his next skills. Big Kev, we can make you independent. I don't know why would we ever need that. Independent Kevin? Gross. We will make our Saber Tusks a little bit stronger with Frenzy. And then from there, we'll probably start working on his actual melee line. We don't have that many Saber Tusks, but giving them Frenzy is a pretty healthy bump. Oh, research rate. Say no more.
Such butchery it promises.
Such butchery it promises.
The great
Targar, what do we do with you now? We should have probably gone for the global recruitment duration reduction, because we could have got a bunch of Dopplars for very cheap. Just had a horde of them running around with him. In fact, we should probably start doing that. We'll start building them up, because they're pretty cheap to get through global here. And we'll use the gold next turn on a camp, probably right here. That way it basically holds up the entire choke point here, and it's impossible for anything to come through Barag Var's direction and without running into that camp. And then we can start smacking Bufdar around. We need to take down Burnoff, which is the Bufdar's faction leader here.
My axe thirsts for war.
Soon. Looks like Baragvar doesn't trust us. Wonder why. A couple of ogres having a conflab quickly becomes a huddle as more and more gather around them. Full body warmth, of course. We get more population surplus for newly developed camps, camp limit +1, and then the army ability Dismember. Slows fools down after we've munched on enough of them who are fleeing. I mean, yeah, the Dawi really don't like us. Who are you at war with?
You dare
No one.
approach a lord of the Dawi in such a manner?
Indeed. Making alliances with those who are about to get wiped out. So what happens if the faction who gave us the bounty gets taken out? So if Broken Nose goes away, do you think their bounty also then expires? I would say probably so. Alright, Skrag, let's come on down and drop a camp right here.
Move.
As long as it lets us. Camp away.
Tyrant of the tribe.
Now we've got Glow Rub of the Matorka camp. Beautiful. Let's take a look.
Tyrant of the tribe.
Gives us the Ogre Shelter immediately, dropping upkeep by 60% for everything in the area. So as these camps improve, that's also going to be improving the availability and eliteness of those Ogre Mercenary units for everyone around here. Action-wide extra loot sounds awesome. Loot pile. Meat generated. Or a spare tent for more camp growth. Start with one growth here for now. And growth is one of the most important things here. Even less upkeep for all the units in camp. And more post-battle loot sounds really good. Let's go for the growth first.
No ogre can beat me.
No Ogre can beat
Servants
me.
of the ever hungry.
Still can't get our Gorgers just yet. In fact, what ability do we need for them in the first place? A secondary hunter building, the Gorger Cave. This boulder block cave is where the mewling, scrawny baby ogres are left to fend for themselves. They will be taken in by the Gorgers, or snacked upon. It's still gonna be quite some time before we get that. We'll probably have that in here at Angazar. So let's go growth and replenishment in Ockendorf, but do no more upgrading to anything there because it's going to get wiped out either way.
Godmouth's command.
And then we will go to more Iron Fists. Argog will have his Noblars in a turn.
I am the tenderizer.
Having the extra recruitment would be nice here.
I'm the boss.
So yours is going up by 340, and yours is going up by 198. Should be able to afford that, no problem. Next technology, we've got Noblar Scavenging for more income from raiding. Charge bonus for Cav. I'm thinking we're going to go down here towards Whetstones for giving our Ogre Bulls more melee attack.
Oh, hunger grows. It grows.
It grows.
Carve and
What does Salt give us here? Or are we even able to actually utilize it? Oh, we are. Okay, so we get just gold and some Assault. Okay, so not the most exciting. We'll ignore all those upgrades and skip the turn.
have I served you well, oh Lord?
Was just thinking, which of the lores of magic would you consider the weakest? Ooh, that is a very tough question. As I do not play multiplayer at all, I can't speak to that at all, but for campaign... I would probably say the Lore of Beasts. For, like, your generic lores, but for the ones that are more niche, Lore of the Little Wa is not amazing. I'm trying to think of any besides that aren't so good. Yeah, I'm thinking Beasts, probably. The rest of them have a nice blend of either debuffs, single entity damage, or vortex spells.
Soon the slaughter begins.
What do you all think is the weakest lore of magic? Let me know.
For the wisdom of Valea,
So nothing but explosive miners,
I
which I don't think are going to work that well against normal ogres.
obey me or your dinner.
Pay me or your dinner. Go ahead and have you start just recruiting up some normal camp Noblars. They're going to cost only 28. As where our income takes a pretty hefty dive.
For the wisdom of Valea.
Well, I would love to get into a war with Baronoth here. Taking down Bodak Var is not going to be doable with what we have. So please, are you at war with the
Dare approach a lord of the Dowie in such a manner?
Grumpy Dowie?
The great
Alright, Skrag, your job, come over here to Zvorak. Argog,
Moors.
you are going to attempt to defend this camp with your life, which I realize I have left in a bad spot. Let's get run over.
Do what I say.
Yoy.
My recipes will grant them power.
Well then, more Noblars. We can't even afford them.
Skrag, slaughter, servant.
A few more turns before we can get a Cauldron Town here. Yeah, Tora, go ahead and drop all your units off, because they're going to be a lot cheaper on our upkeep. And then I'm going to have you fall back to Matorka. If Barak Var declares war on us, there's nothing we're going to be able to do about it. We'll just have to bring Skrag back over. We also need Skrag to start dealing some damage to the Border Princes, because they'll have another army after us quite soon as well. Let's skip on through, and we will end the turn. These first few bounties here may not be very doable for us unless Barak Var leaves their capital. Oh, you think Lure of Light? But the Amber Spear best spell in the game. And it might, is it? I've never got it to actually land too well. After, they did do the good old updates to how well Seeking works on stuff. Oh, hello there.
I will not.
Oh, you're bringing knights now. They were ready. Alright, Skrag, that means we're going to drop into an ambush stance. Only 55% chance to catch. Stay in our territory here. Orca camp. Can I grab anything to give us a little bit more gold? Loot piles bringing us in 200 gold. Burn. That's actually probably better than anything else here we have. Yeah, so let's go ahead and grab the loot pile. Must upgrade the main settlement. It doesn't increase the upkeep, but it does increase how much income we're getting from all non-camp buildings faction-wide. I think we'll first grab the extra 200 gold.
Bring me ingredients. If it means
Also, having the Slaughtermaster is probably not a great idea.
in charge.
So we will continue to recruit units here to the camp itself. They cost only 60, so we'll go ahead and just gonna grab another set of ogres. Ogre bulls with the iron fist is what we'll grab. Okay. And now we hope Volmir falls for the trap. In fact, we can bring Targon over to be part of it.
Stride through the pain.
Ride through the pain.
More's chosen.
And turn. I don't know why you don't like the little wall magic. It's because it's how they used to snipe your... Or I know why you don't like the little wall magic. It's because that's how they used to snipe your alchemist, your Catholic campaigns. Exactly. That's the whole reason why. All of the lores of magic do have some very good uses. I'm sorry, you're the Elector Count of Wissenland? How? Alright, well, ambush is successful. We'll go ahead and take these guys out with the auto-resolve. And that other army there... Excuse me. What now? How do we lose so many? Just can't auto-resolve your battles as the ogres. You really don't handle it very well. Let's go for the meat.
Absolute.
And now here comes Volmir, and he somehow was able to attack Targog behind us, who's in a march dance. Interesting. I'm not sure how you were able to do that. He's behind Skrag. I didn't think he could walk through him, but fair enough. We'll go ahead and have as much pre-battle feast as possible. Hand him the Razor Standard and try to survive for minute 51. Oh, you cheeky, cheeky boys. You might have got me. That was Monsters Abound community jokes. He said, likes to say that whenever he recruits Beastcasters. Ah, I said. I see. That is a joke, unfortunately, I was not aware of, so fair. Oh, we're summoning in behind them. I don't like that at all. I guess it's because they managed to walk past Skrag to attack them, but I'm not sure how he managed to do that. Impressive. I guess they could have walked all the way around after they knew the ambush was there. They could have gone for kind of a waypoint style attack, which is probably what they did.
The Slaughtermaster.
Yeah, this is not amazing. Slaughtermaster, can you hide in the woods? Oh, you can. You just kind of sneak around the outskirts here and join up with Skrag. Let's do it.
Gather ingredients for me, and I will then cook this world's greatest feast.
What a battle speech. It is a feast time, boys. Unfortunately, though, I think the Pistoliers know where we're at. I think we'll be able to circle around to go after Skrag. And they're all going to die back into the woods themselves. They're going to try to... Oh, man, this is going to be an interesting battle here. We get beat this early on by some AI cheesiness. I'm going to be quite sad. Because what they'll do is they'll just all post up along we are supposed to reinforce, like we saw with our... Well, I guess you haven't seen it yet, but they'll post up where we're going to reinforce and just smack that army down. Coming soon in a Vertkin campaign near you. Oh, I don't like this at all. We're gonna get spotted by something eventually down back here. 14 seconds to come back over to this side. I'll bring you over here. Oh, I'm not looking forward to this at all. And we recover. Ogres in the woods is not a fun time.
Skrag, the slaughterer.
Alright, there they are. You guys go that way. Noblars take a frontal position.
looking for 'em.
Oh, they're out in the middle of the field. Never mind. This isn't nearly as bad as I thought it'd be.
Where's the meat?
Where's the meat?
Biggest
Over
in the
there.
tribe.
Go get it. Trappers, go ahead and post up on this side here. Interesting. He still hasn't been spotted, so we'll let them rotate their pistols. I think they know where our guy is, though. Something's a little bit suspicious about that. Either way, though, we'll clobber these Empire Knights.
Skrag, the slaughterer.
Saber Tusks are getting ahead of themselves. Let's go ahead and have them just kind of pursue these knights as well. Trapper teams, go ahead and come around to here. They did go ahead and find him. They knew where he was the whole time, let's be real. I'm gonna go for the kiting. That's alright. Woods kiting is not as effective for them as it normally would be because of all the trees. We won't be able to catch them though, so that this guy is probably better uses to just go ahead and withdraw. Oh, but he can't because he was in March Stance. Cheeky AI. Hold them down. Those Empire Knights got obliterated. The other great thing about the Ogres is how fast they are. Are you guys gonna stay here? Iron Fist come way wide. And just run away from them. Make them waste their time fighting you. In fact, Empire Knights in the woods may not be able to do much at all. And we might lose that one, I don't mind. Get them. Weaken them as much as we can. Alright, brother, let's bring you around to start chucking stuff at this general. Noblars, go ahead and bring you a lot back. No reason to let the crossbows dictate the flow of this battle. Come back in the woods a smidge, you two. 3 Iron Fists out real wide. 2 of them can stay here. This Forger's overexposed. Put you in guard mode, so even if I'm not paying attention, they're not running all over and being goofy. Well, Hunter, go after the pistol here. That's the perfect target there. Forward, boys. Skrag, we're gonna go straight after their general. Double up there. And let's try to go wide here with all the big ogres. We're gonna smash through to this side here. Pull the Gorger's way. Although they've got them bogged down in these spears real bad. Get shot to hit by those pistoliers.
Scourge of beasts. Hunter.
Keep pulling. Iron Fists. Work your way through the outskirts. Start taking out those teams on the outside there. You come back and start throwing more javelins here. And being cheeky in the back lines there. See if it saves them. Need you boys to push through. Gorgers you as well. Get into these crossbow teams. If they don't have those, they're doomed. There are some Imperials that need to break leadership-wise. Spearman. That's what I needed. Push through, run into these guys. Looks like they're just gonna run for dear life. Which is fair enough, I would too. Hunter, keep checking at their general. Run them down. Let's go ahead and pull all of these Iron Fists here that aren't winning. Have them run away for a moment.
The quarry is mine.
Yeah, it's taking some pretty serious damage. They're running into the woods. Gorgers come through. They're getting kited pretty hard by what they've got there. That's okay. Slam back in. How did they draw you out of the woods? Guard mode failed me for the last time. bring them back in. Nobblar Trappers, you guys start chasing these Pistoliers. Your deaths matter all of 0. Dual weapon Ogre Bulls are starting to go down. Alright, we're tired of you guys running. It's this group here. He's doing a great job. Keep buffing yourself up. Skrag, we are going to try to scare off this unit of Pistoliers a little bit faster. He's going to keep running from us otherwise, so... And save them. And then is one big, gigantic Chungus Tide. The great thing about the Ogres is that charge bonus is always insane, even when they're very tired. They just don't like staying and fighting in one spot for very long, unless you have those Iron Fists. Nobblars you keep chasing here, because any damage you take will eventually activate their traps and rip people to shreds.
I smell game.
Pull you away, Gorges moving on in. These Gorges are going to pull out. Same thing with the Saber Tusk, or into the backs of this group.
Crush him. Most prudent.
They charge through them. Those crossbows are broken. Get another Rain Gobbler on these Pistoliers to scare them off. All the infantry are gone. There goes the swordsman. We've lost some as well. Pistolier is probably their MVPs. And there goes the army losses. They tried to cheat us by going after our tired lads. It did not work. Alright, we'll have our orders try to hunt down these Pistoliers. Surprisingly, a extremely useful unit for them. Low armor on Ogres. That's why you need the Iron Fists. Alright, Slaughtermaster, you're not going to be able to catch any of those knights. Let's come over here to this side. Right, beautiful. Get chasing there. Raggy, we can also leave Valmir alive. Otherwise, we'll have a full health general to deal with after that. Valmir, not nearly as intimidating. Let's slow these guys down. Snack on their legs. Try to give chase, but I think most of these units are a little bit too far away. So I'll go ahead and turn around and try to crash into this unit here. That may have been a little bit too diagonal for him. Come on, Gorgers. And we tried. Maybe a bit of the Empire managed to escape. Curious question for fun. Which would be the setting you would like to end up in? Remember, Uncle Xiao's waiting. He is indeed. He's waiting for our mods to get updated. Because here's the thing, some of them have been updated, and some of them haven't. So rolling it back would make things wonky for that one right now. Where I had the plan to just kind of roll back some of the mods. Doing that only works if not all of them are updated, or at least all of the integral ones are updated. How about your thought? Now the Ogres are terrifying. And the Yetis apparently are going to be even more defensive, and they'll have, I think, a chilling aura, likely. But what they said in the dev blog, or the dev, I guess, vlog, was that they were much more defensive in nature. We got a Cathayan Jet. Finely crafted jet pendant, which protects against all forms of hostile. Ooh, good old spell resistance, my favorite. Since it is Cathayan Jet, it should give us the ability to silence fools, too. Let's go ahead and have a little bit of replenishment here. If I mistakenly put Skrag outside of friendly territory, looks like, thankfully, no. Valmir, being a uber champion, holding the line. Rumored to have once belonged to Skrag the Slaughterer. This book was the lone remnant of the Halfling Wars, used by the butchers when practicing the more unpalatable aspects of a gut magic. Bone Crusher, Tooth Cracker, and Troll Guts. That sounds like the perfect item to have for Skrag. Big Kev, the Brawler Guts now. Yeah, channeling stuff. Get out of here. Halfling Cookbook all the way. And you also get the Tenderizer. Halfling meat is the most tender. Just make sure it doesn't get stuck in the teeth. Cooldown 25% less cooldown for all spells, and miscast base chance minus 10%. There are a whole suite of new items too. Let's see if any of them are Ogre exclusive. I don't think any of them are, but for our generic items, I can just list them on off and you gotta figure out which they do in. We can kind of speculate a little bit. We've got the Talayan Pavase, we have the Forest Cloak, the Long Shot's Cap, the Engineer's Knapsack, Ranger's Quiver, Potion of Farsight, Spotter's Spyglass, Deepwood Branch, Lucky Arrow, Asp Bow, Dragonfire Handgun, Hunter's Talon, Outrider's Handgun, Ranger's Axe, Sky Titan's String, and the Wyvern Bone Bow. For our uniques, we have the Helm of Draska, the Death Singer, and the Doom Singer, named differently if the High Elves have them. And then Mod's Map, the Idol of Zak Alug for the Greenskins, and then Aldred's Casket of Sorcery. Got lots of new items added on in this this patch here.
Such butchery it promises.
Sky Titan String. I couldn't even guess what that would do. Kind of hard to hold a halfling meal prepared when they aren't even around on the map. Don't remind me. Frodo and Sam ain't reaching Mordor in this setting, with the ogres loving halflings. And some of them love halflings in a way that they just want them to be their cooks. So if they, as long as they cook well, which I think Sam's pretty decent at, they should be fine. Or not. Let's go whirling as stump blades.
I will.
Big Kev, we got Brawler Guts, so he has now 10 more melee attack after winning 5 battles. Well done, Big Kev. We'll go ahead and increase mobility further here with you, and then come on into Gutsy for more health is giving us quite a bit. We'll just go for Independent Mind.
Slaughtermaster.
For Targog gear, we'll go Root Marcher, Inspiring Presence, and I'm thinking we could probably go for just the magic with him.
The Cookmaster has.
And actually, Gray has joined us for this campaign, so you have reminded me. Sorry, girl.
I have devised.
We're just calling them Gray's sires. This is what you get.
Recipe.
No illegitimate ones here.
It
Gray's murder.
hungers.
Children. Alright, Targog.
Meat ritual.
We will have you all the way around behind Valmir.
Guided by me.
For no other reason, because we can. And then Skrag, you move in to crush him. Hello there, sir. We already learned that the auto-resolve can't be trusted, so we'll go ahead and have ourselves a full feast, since we'll definitely be filling up with food after this. And unfortunately, because we can't trust the auto-resolve, let's get them. And they want to throw our ogres in the burn pile like crazy. I mean, Gray would call them all illegitimate. It's probably fair. Have they fixed the obsidian amulet? I don't know. Let me take a look. While we're loading up here, I can quickly see. Bug fixes. What was wrong with the obsidian amulet, if I might ask? Was it just that it didn't have enough things going on? They are planning on going through and kind of reworking, I guess, all of the ancillaries, so can't wait to see what they do. Well, let's go. All 3 Novlars. Where's the master? Trappers will be just out on the flanks. Got all of our Iron Fists now. And the Ogre Bulls that are not armored will just kind of run in behind them. Well, you well wide. Gorgers well wide. So actually we'll have both the Gorgers working together to go after these Knights. Usually is a pretty good combo there.
Scourge of beasts.
Scourge of Beasts.
Skrag, The slaughterer. The more.
Move them all up. We'll go ahead and get everyone in the groups as we're moving in here.
When supper.
Easy. Let's do you
When supper.
3 in guard mode.
Says so.
Move it on in. We'll have you start throwing your javelins at these Empire Knights.
Okay, then.
Fantastic use of your skills.
When do we eat?
You move it on in. We'll have these trappers go after this set of pistoliers. You guys go after the knights.
Serve the ogres.
We'll have them walk up and stand in front.
Where's the meat? I seek.
Crossbows, as usual, are going to be our problem, so we're going to go ahead and have you two blast through that front line. Go get those crossbows.
In my gut.
Try to dodge as best you can. He's a larger target than your normal. Than your normal ogres.
Done.
Get them.
I'll smell ya.
The Saber-Tusks rushing in from this side. We should be able to get them pushed towards the other Noblars, or if they just want to sit in place, the Saber-Tusk will rip them to pieces.
Yoblars.
Forgers, charge.
Voice
Jaw.
of the moon. Meal time. Take it
There we go.
all.
Got him. One of our ogres fell on the charge on in. I think that's completely fine. As opposed to maybe 4 in each group getting taken out without a resolve, which is unacceptable. Did you just throw that Noblar at them? Noblar attack, go. Like Splash, it doesn't really do much. You two move in, work together to beat down on this general, who is fighting his way through Noblars very admirably. He's butchering these Noblars. Iron Fist, go ahead and fall back. Let Skrag deal with them. Didn't even get a Brain Gobbler off. There's the victory. We're trying to catch as many of these guys as we can, so let's send you guys this way. Skrag be the only one chasing here. You go after that as well. Just got sniped. You can double up on heroes to beat down on Dr. Volmir. Rest in peace, Dr. Volmir. The old meat cleaver. These ogres definitely doing their best to look like Dark Souls bosses. Or at least little Dark Souls mini bosses. Gotta get him. Quit missing. Dude. You're embarrassing us. In front of the wizard. Oh, there you go. In front of the entire guild. Yeah, I say 22 lost and all of that being Noblars is completely acceptable. I'll be leaving now. Thanks for the stream. See you later there, Great Book of Grudges. Glad to have you on in. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day there. Would likely be proud of getting around the neighborhood. I'm sure she would, but she doesn't get to leave. Gray stays here because I'm not trying to have a whole horde of saber-tooth cats running around my house. No, thank you. 3 is already enough. Probably too many if you ask many people. If I had a little bit more room here, it wouldn't be that big a deal. But apartments being what they are, you're fairly cramped. Alright, inner discipline. So we're getting items, they're just not very exciting ones. People go ahead and take the extra, I'd say, replenishment here. Alright, how long do we have left on these bounties? 6 more turns to go after Birnoth. Demon Killer Scars. So wait, you can just apply scars and take them off again? Interesting. Making people terrifying. We've unlocked the World Swallower big name. I do still want to try to gain the Fistful of Laurels there.
No ogre can beat me. Tyrant
We'll see.
of the tribe.
Alright, so let's come back over here to Angazar. Go ahead and upgrade that up to tier 3. We will sack some gold out of Zvorak here. We'll let Targog lead the fight. That way Skrag should be able to move past pretty quickly. Go Inspiring Presence on Skrag for more experience gain. Targog's been surrounding us a decisive feat. Funnily enough, we're probably gonna have to fight this one too. We'll come through Zvorak. Have ourselves another Ogre Brawl. Well, okay. Let's trust it one time. We'll have ourselves a full battle feast. Look at that. Nonsense. We gained an Outrider's handgun. That's one of the new items. I'll have to see exactly what that does. We shall go ahead and stack Zvorak. Armor-piercing missile damage plus 20%. Minus 5% reload time. The traditional weapon of Empire Outriders unleashes a devastating armor-piercing volley. Further reloading leaves something to be desired. Okay, that's fine. What happens if we give that to Big Kev? 440 missile strength. You have a 300 armor-piercing damage now. Very nice. Demon Killer Scars plus the Blood Cleaver gives you the Scarred. Will mark upon themselves the tally of demon kills. Only a great tally will sate the maw. Well, we can have a whole cast of, or a whole subculture of ogres that are kind of demon hunter related. Almost your ogre slayers. Not quite, but almost. Cool. For our ancillaries, I think the Yeti Wrangler. Everything is passed out how we wanted to. Big Kev, let's go for Lucky Noblar's physical resistance, really. We like us some physical resistance, only 5% though. Let's go for large gut plate. I'll take it as much damage. Oh god, my friend. Since you were rolling it solo for now, go ahead and give you a Blood Gruel. Heals whatever casting spells. Sounds good to me.
The Cookmaster has new light.
Come on in and claim Zvorak then, and we'll send a Skrag further afield. Oh, they're rolling for peace. Actually, hang on now.
Is it war?
Here's the plan. We will sign a peace treaty. We can even get a non-aggression back with him so he doesn't come after us next turn. We don't need that, though. Let's just grab a peace treaty. All the gold they're willing to give us. So we can't get any more than this. This is the absolute max, sadly. We'll take the 5,000 coins. We could even probably trade Zvorak back to them.
It helps the hunger.
Skrag, you come back over here to Matorka. I'm gonna go ahead and pick out... Well, I guess no, a better thing to do is just to give them over to the camp. That way they're not... we're not wasting their veterancy, but also not spending any more upkeep on garbage units we don't want. For now, we're trapped with what we have. We've got to get a little bit more cash from the buildings going here. So one more turn, we can upgrade the Ogre camp. I think that's exactly what we want to do. So March stance through, since we're not going to go for any recruiting this turn.
Do what I say.
Go ahead and grab some more units in the Matorka camp. So I'm going to get rid of these Ogre Bulls. The only reason we're keeping the other ones is because they have veterancy. I'm going to grab one more Iron Fist. Noblar Trapper, Noblar here. So we can build up quite a bit in these camps and just leave them here to hold the line.
In charge.
And we'll spend our gold here next turn. Targog, I don't think we can get any more units for you because I'm going to pull some guys out for Skrag. Well, I think I will go ahead and probably give Zvorak back over to these chumps. And once they've recovered in their money stash a little bit further. Or we could give the city over to these greenskins and fight them too. Listen, we're going to be lots of setting up battles that people don't want. Be the main plan here. At least it spares the Iron Fists. Guess you know which Man-Eaters and Mornfangs are prioritized when the time comes? Well, absolutely. The or I guess the auto-resolve, likes armor and shields far more than if you don't have one, it thinks you are just going to die in droves. Which, fair in most cases. Since I think how the AI just calculates it is they just charge both armies at one another, and whichever wins, wins. Alright, bounty aborted because Broken Nose is gone. That makes sense. So it does abort the bounty if the faction that gives it to you is gone. Which we kind of expected. Sharper weapons do more damage, something many ogres learn from watching their butcher at work. 5 more attack. I'm sorry, kill Skarbrand. Go hunt down Skarbrand, idiot, you won't. Oh, for 100 camp growth. Is it time for a crusade down to Skarbrand's lands? Kill the red one.
Anyone wanna challenge me?
Yeah, it's such an easy proposition there, taking down Skarbrand. Double upgrade Matorka as well.
Prophet of the great Moor.
So if we bring Skrag up here, and steal some more Iron Fists,
Directive.
or maybe just some more Noblar Trappers.
I'm the boss. Got it?
I'm gonna grab these Trappers and one more Iron Fist. See how expensive it is. Okay, we can afford it, so let's grab one more unit of Noblars as well. Ooh, the biggest barely. The biggest of bareleys.
The hunger never fades.
And now I want to try to declare war on the dwarfs. We're gonna have to probably sacrifice. We're be willing to sacrifice Akim North. But if we declare war on the dwarfs and hide a Skrag here, Baronoff will come and attack us. Well, this army is scary. It's mostly miners, which we can probably deal with. We have 5 turns to get rid of Baronoff for the Bloody Hands, and I think we absolutely are going to. I'll eat this whole stinking world. We haven't met any ogres just yet, so we'll go ahead and grab Butcher Spices for a bit more punishment.
The hunger grows. It grows.
And Targog, I actually don't think I'm going to keep you for much longer here. Alikar.
Yes. I am revenge incarnate. Know this and weigh your word.
Yeah, you're going to be a problem. Alright, Targog, I'm going to have you
Ritual.
sprint on back over to Matorka.
For the Moor.
Dvorak here, so if we were to give this over to these clowns,
Talk is over. Make your demands.
not going to, but I just want to see. They'd be willing to give us gold and then trade with us as well. Since we're going to be diverting basically all of our focus to the Dawi here, I think this is not a bad idea. And then we'll see how much more gold they're willing to give us. Same amount. Yeah, I think this is worth it.
I will.
Will he maybe break that very soon? Yeah, but now we've got a nice treasury.
My meat makes the tribe strong.
Wait, with that gold, we'll be able to do some goodies here next turn.
Hungers.
Alright, Bargvar has moved on away from his capital. Your henchman drag an unusually lucid gorger before you. Unlike its solitude maddened kin, the elephantine sinewy horror will obey basic commands. This proves particularly useful during contract negotiations. Oh yeah, just having him behind you being terrifying. A mere snap of the fingers will see the other party's head torn from their shoulders. A superior rate is thus guaranteed. Treasury reward from bounties plus 15%. Alright, well, this is even better than I could have expected. Bargvar is now undefended. Baronoff lost most of his army. Well then. Don't mind if I do.
This is my place.
Really, Spite's willing to get a non-aggression pact going. How much gold? What if we get a non-aggression pact and we declare war on... I don't really want the non-aggression. What if I declare war on Bargvar with you? Indeed. Behind, no stabby. Oh. Is Blight 10 Scratch gone too? Oh no, we're at war with Barak Var. That makes sense. So there's no way we can actually claim that bounty. Hopefully we get a good one here next turn. I love that you get another one the very next turn. It makes it so much less painful when you don't want to accept them. Meat gain for battles, leadership. Upkeep production from everything in the camp, I think is going to be the way here. That way we can get a big army just kind of sitting here and defending the camp itself. Skrag. Barak Var. We'll bring Torgog with us. That way he can get some nice experience.
Begone, master of Orphan.
Get you up here and not in March. We've discovered how unfortunate that is.
This way.
They'll go after Auchendorf likely next turn, so we'll allow that to happen. Not like we can do much about it anyway. This starts our issues with all the Dawi. I would be concerned if we didn't have access to the Shatterstone. Have ourselves a lovely feast. Anchoreds of ale and plenty of mutton for all. Mutton of the now Barak Var variety. I shouldn't worry about him breaking anything except his ribs in the next 10 turns as Sartosa starts making his way towards him. Although, sometimes you've seen Belegar turn into an absolute doomstack force, haven't you? I have, at least. I don't see Belegar is usually the one that wins that duel. If we see Sartosa win, though, I'd be very pleasantly surprised. Because we can't be dealing with Hirn, Belegar, and Karak after just, because fighting one set of Dawi makes all the rest of them mad. That's just part of how it works. Jess can probably attest there. Fighting one Dawi means fighting all of them. So our 3 Noblar teams to catch all the quivers. We'll have the... We can only fit 3 of these guys in that front charge, while we bring 3. Actually, all of them are going the same way. Gorgers, we can charge in on this side. If we're careful. Yeah, just stacking ogres up the back now is what we're up to. Noblar Trappers, we're going to head and spread the normal Noblars out just a little bit. Trappers can sneak their way up and alongside to harass all of the Dawi Warlers that we should be dealing with. Sneaky Saber Tusk's probably just best to keep them back here waiting for one of those gates to open up. They're not good at fighting, really. At least not good at tearing through the gates themselves.
Scourge of beasts.
Scourge of beasts. Give everyone in their units to start, and we'll throw ourselves into the fray.
Gush out, boys.
Gush out, boys. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a Coral Nightmare there. I know, Gummo. We don't want to go straight at them. The Coral Bolts always hurt. Start smacking through those gates. Dodge those bolts as best we can. That physical resistance would have been very useful right now. You two. The walls is what I want you guys to get through. Shatterstone almost up. Hunter's taking all the damage. Alright, Dobby, you should get off those walls and soon. Otherwise, you're doomed. Could have waited a little bit, but that was still pretty effective.
Master Predator.
Pretty effective indeed. Noblars.
Off we go.
Get moving in there.
Noblars attack.
Trappers, go ahead and just advance them to the walls, that way we can start throwing their goodies over. A little wrench in the Dawi's plan.
I'll smell ya.
Ogre Fib, Iron Fist go in after the Quarrelers.
The ultimate hunter.
Hunter get in there as well. Who else back here? Anyone back in the back not crunching someone's skull? Move in. The Dawi coming out to fight Skrag. Perfect. Works for me. It'd be much harder to actually break their leadership. Wolves put up a better fight than our previous foes here. Alright, more explosive goodies. We could honestly just get through these gates. Now let's open up the walls. Alright. Iron Fist in. Drag, get in there. Get in there, boys. We'll go ahead and give these Iron Fists a little bit more damage and weaken whichever Dawi we can. They'll have really good leadership. Get in there, lads. Alright, we're through. Run them down. Bad day to be a dwarf. We will go ahead and drop leadership on their captain. Push some Noblars through. Trying to push them through is really the play here. Ogres ripping through these miners. From the field, Noblars. Hunter, you go ahead and pull back just a little bit. More damage for the Noblars. Get on out of there. We'll bring some of these Noblars down. Fight these Great Weapon Dwarf Warriors. Open up some more sections of wall there. Trappers come around. They have send the group back to police. We'll send those Iron Fist to chase. Alright, pull back. These Iron Fists charge in. And these Noblar Trappers. You're here. Alright, charge right through. Let's see if we can't break this Dawi captain. Gorgers keep trying to pull back while the Noblars come on in. Give them all the attack. The attack order regardless. Get in there, Noblars. That group's broken. Bring these Saber Husks in to take out the backline group. Can't use this to take out the towers, sadly. Everything here. Run them down. Skrag, come on through. Saber Tusk went away. Everything else that's out here, back in. Noblars doing a great job of being a nuisance. See if we can't take out this barricade. I'll have to go for the monument. I'm gonna try. It's like, no. Help out with this crew. Let's dismember them. Let those Noblars get to work. Start throwing their regenerating goods up front there. Just a huge Dawi mosh pit. Bring these trappers round. Orders get in there, go up to this group of miners, or hit the miners on the flanks. You guys are all kind of disrupted. Alright, they're broken. One wave. Onward to capture this zone. Okay, you can brain gobble those dwarf warriors with great weapons. Keep charging on in. Watch the prompt battles. Purple Dawi versus the Ogres. And there's a victory. The Baragvar coming out of their settlement to go fight the orcs was their doom. Their throng selling forth, and that was the end of the trade port of the Dawi. I wouldn't worry about him bringing. Oh, I see. That's fair enough. Eligar will be a problem no matter what. Like every homeless bum in the neighborhood. Yeah, he's just a homeless bum that's also been injected with centuries of rage and a whole bunch of aggression. Burning desire to steal back his home. While this loads, I'm gonna jump up and go grab some coffee. A bit of a refill. Alright, crumping my favorite purple Dawi. Easy. Let's go ahead and... Ooh, I want to sack the settlement quite badly. So we shall. Skrag is now the Maul that walks. And the Plunderer. They're into 5 big names across all characters, giving us a chunk of treasury, and the Gut Maw, which is some heals. Oh, it's like regeneration without the downside. Oh, great. Well, can we just have Targog take Baragvar? He can't. Alright, Skrag, I see no reason to let the Dawi have this as... Or, come on back, so we're gonna go ahead and claim Baragvar from them. Mine. Repair both of those. Akendorf is just gonna fall here next turn. That's how it's gonna be. I love that we're improving almost to halfway. It won't end up being like that here next turn, but it's still amusing. We get 1 more point here. Walking Larder gives us more power reserve capacity as well as the Toothy Nobblars. That's lots of extra power reserve. Let's go. Bone Crusher for you.
My coupon rights.
Does it now? Go larger gut plate for Big Kev and Skrag. Probably it's time to start getting down your magic tree as well. I do like the extra research rate. So let's go ahead and snag Mawtooth for the moment for a little bit more growth into Reader of Portents. We'll start working on his magic soon. So since you already have Bone Crusher, I'm gonna go ahead and give you the Halfling Cookbook as well. Gut Maw is gonna absolutely go to a Skrag. And I guess we can give you a Trickster Shard for now. So it looks like they've actually got to quite a few of these where Trickster Shard didn't used to have anything very useful besides just giving someone miscast chance 100%. Now you get a little bit of miscast reduction yourself. Channeling Staff too, a cooldown reduction for all spells on top of the decreased cooldowns you can activate. We'll go for the Channeling Staff for now though. No magic coming out of the Dawi. Those other big names that we have claimed are Maw that Walks, so for more power reserve but less meat provided by camps. And then World Swallowers, we have more diplomatic relations with all factions and more movement range. This is the one we'll be using as soon as we're done here.
I am the Tenderizer.
The Tenderizer.
Prophet of the Great Maw.
Alright, here at Matorka. I want to recruit some units, thanks. We shall go ahead and grab 2 more Iron Fists, since they work out so well for us in auto-resolve. Ignore these building upgrades, and we'll watch Baronoff run for his life. Just need to claim your bounty. Don't run. Coming up on the Purple Dobby's turn, and he just stays. Oh, he sacked the settlement. He might as well.
Does it baking in its own blood? First, talk to it.
So here, I've got an alternate version of Lord of the Rings where Skrag, instead of Gollum, leads them. He talks kind of like Gollum, doesn't he? Just a big, horrifying monstrosity that clobbers all the orcs they meet. Don't worry, halflings. We'll get you to Mordor. We gonna work together then? No. We're not. You were but meat. We probably should, though, shouldn't we? Krovanach? Steelbane. What a name. Go get a big angry bat thing. You'll be rich. Thanks, Border Princess. I did not an aggression pact with any faction. Alright, fine. We should have probably done it before. Give me your money. Despite a god thinks I should accept. I will happily break this as soon as I can. Just give me the gold and complete the mission. Skrag. Baronoff needs to die. Come here, buddy. No. Running is just weak sauce. That's what that is. We're doing some trespassing here, but I really don't care. We're ogres, we do what we want. How bad do you think it's going to be? Let's see. Auto-resolve. And not bad. So what you want to do with ogres is absolutely get as many of these Iron Fists as possible. That's what's helping us out here in these auto-resolves. And we're going to go ahead and take the extra meat. Yum, eat them up. You're all defeated, which gives us the Fistful of Laurels. Ogres don't believe in declaring their leadership qualities via trinkets, but that doesn't mean they're above robbing the dead if it inspires their forces to push even harder. Indeed. It's a spell, is it? I think it was an ability. Yeah, same thing. Alright, Skrag, we'll have you go into March. And haul Cheek back to Argog. I think with you, we could hold...
Do you take me for a wazzock? More's chosen.
Don't have a channeling stance with the ogres. Interesting. And unfortunate.
The meat must not see us.
The meat must not see us. We're just gonna keep Targog around as well as a hero. I don't even necessarily want him.
Gonna be overtime.
How much are you costing us? 260 a turn? Listen, brother. We don't need you right now, so you'll be back soon. Don't worry. You'll be back soon. Reader portents for that research rate. Plus 10. Is it... What is plus 10 research rate? Hang on now. I mean, we have a whole change to it? Oh yeah, it's a system of points instead of the percentage before. Oh, I love it. So I a little bit misunderstood exactly what that change was initially. So it changed it from before where it was all percentage based, which it still I think was exactly the same as what it is now, but now it just makes more sense as it's a point system. It would be great to know exactly how many... Oh, no, you absolutely can. Perfect. So it's 400 research based. Well, I guess you could just calculate it if you have 100. And it's 4 turns. Well, how much is it? Still, I love you can see it. How much the base research point cost is going to be for each. Good stuff. Excellent change there, CA. The Hat Cave. The Gutstone will allow us to get up to the Gut Hinge, getting us more butchers, which is something Skrag has access, or should have access to in droves. You also wait a turn and get... No, we're gonna get the growth either way. Let's go on in here and grab the Gutstone, I believe. Gutstone, absolutely. We need to not upgrade Akendorf because Drathra's over here. Let's still going after Scarbrand, going after... Who are you? Rovanach, Steelbane. Oh, you must be with... the Strigoi. That's just meat. It's not nearly as exciting as a whole heap of gold, but... it's something.
What I want.
Let's come in here and grab a few more... I'd say just a few more Iron Fists. No one's gonna mess with this camp now. Plus, it allows us to just go grab more legions of ogres anytime we need them.
I'm the boss. Got it?
You are working together, though. They're the ingredients, you're the chef. A great partnership. I would agree immensely. Yarthra. You want Ockendorf. It's free for the taking. Oh, you don't, which means you're very doomed. See, that was a big mistake. Capture Grinstazit. It's definitely how you spell that, or pronounce that. I got a commission for you. Boot out these orcs, take that camp for the ball. I'm sorry. This is what they're trying to talk like us. It's a little bit disrespectful there, Averland. If we win, we get the Dragonhide banner. Ripped bleeding for the flanks of Jagrel the Ice Drake, and still ripe with a stench of decay. I figure we just snack on this, turn it into a Dragonhide tacos. Frostbite attacks, charge bonus. Not bad. We're at 9 battles won for Hero Becomes Legend. Oh wow, you can move so far. Well, I mean, let's go ahead and come on in with Skrag, and I think I'm gonna go for Bloody and Raw to give us 10 more melee attack. From 35 up to 45. Delicious.
Onward.
Beneath Ockendorf, and I'm going to go ahead and go into an ambush.
We will hide.
I'm not going to go to the other side of it, because if we do, we won't be able to come back over to Barak Bar if they come through the underways to attack. Next, we grab the Pack Cave. Get those gorges as soon as we can. And then upgrade everything else here.
Have I served you well?
Loot Horde. Excuse me. Recruiter's Table and the good old weapon pile. Trader's Tent. And actually, since we have the weapon pile in here, we don't need it in this settlement, so we'll go ahead and tear that on out. Although, as I say that, you can get both going, so let's leave both. Mountain... So I said Mountain Ranch. Stonehorns, mountain goats, and either saber-tooths are all value commodities in an ever-hungry kingdom. Oh, they eat their saber-tooths too, do they? What barbarians? We'll grab the guard tent here and the bestest weapon pile. Matorka can have itself a bit of sand. A salt mine. Yes, the sand mine of the maw. Occupy Grinstazit. Grinstad. Say it right. We'll figure it out. I'm surprised that Wissenland and Nuln have been more aggressive. They're down to Fort Saul, but they don't have settlements they're supposed to take yet. Interesting strategy. I've always seen Elspeth come on down here into the Badlands, so it means we are going to be dealing with Elspeth. Guaranteed. A little bit of Shaiish magic for our seasonings.
It does not deserve.
Oh no, it absolutely does not. Ardvar, do you want peace? No, there is no peace. Only the void. A brutal business. Extra base weapon damage is going to affect, or is going to help us far more than it's going to help the Dabi. We need a trade agreement now. Whatever it is he's using to flavor the meat makes it taste nicer. Has some healing properties too. Definitely not warpstone dust. Now we're on the mission to research 8 technologies. We're at 3. Sounds good to me.
Decrease it. You're not worth the fight.
We're gonna be fighting lots of dwarfs here.
My good partner.
I'm not really all that worried about it though. Skrag.
I will.
We've got some surplus going right now. Awesome. Extra research points beyond what is required to finish a technology will be stored and put towards your next research item. You can drop it down to a minimum of 1 turn. We are going to go ahead and grab the larger fire pits after we fight this battle. Make sure we've got all the good items here. Grab you the Cathayan Jet, even though it's not necessarily useful. Oh yeah, and your Fistful of Laurels too. Absolutely. Looks good to me. Skrag. Destroy. Ogre Redbeard will be a scary fight, but the rest of his miners will not be. You only have 2 Quarrelers. Do you want to win the fight? I'm gonna go with no. A 28 melee attack on the Noblars is not bad. 45 on your Noble Ogre Bulls, 43 on our Iron Fists, and then our Gorgers have 59 unless they're attacking melee or infantry units, in which they have a extremely hefty 79. Good grief. More stunties for the pot. Only issue with stunties is they're a bit gamey. All that time working in the mines and moving stone around. They're gamey, we'll be eating for the maw. All for the maw. We are fast enough here that we can actually cross the field before reinforcements get here, and we should be able to just sandwich them in one spot like they keep trying to do to us. I can have Noblar Trappers throw their daggers at Ogre Redbeard here. He has 15% missile resist, so he'll be blocking a little bit of it, but if we have all 3 of them shooting at him, we should be able to do a lot of damage very quickly.
Tracker, trapper, killer.
That's you guys' job. Everyone else, we are going to send. Try to get the other Dalby as they spawn in. Iron Fist up front.
Iron fists.
Reserve Iron Fists. Sacrificial Bulls and the actually pretty decent Bulls. And the Gorgers we'll put here. Don't really want to have them go after the Demon Slayer. Well, we want that to be all these daggers being thrown at him. Gotta do what we gotta do. Skrag, and just gotta hang out nearby too. We can try to buff up their melee attack, just deal as much damage as possible. Alright, main characters. Noblars. And their trappy brethren. Ogres and the Ogres. I'm gonna put just this middle unit of Ogres in a guard mode. Alright, let's get it going. Throw some stuff at him. Oh, smell ya.
The more calls.
Already throwing javelins, you already miss. That's not great.
I'll smell ya.
Come on, Noblars, throw your goodies at him.
Do we eat?
Up all the damage, he actually did not take any at all. You'll love to see it.
Bastard seeker. We're the more asked.
Alright, that was a little bit better. Have you guys fall back, you guys just gotta turn. Just keep harassing this poor Demon Slayer here. He has to keep moving, otherwise he gets hit with one of the big spears. There it is. Bullying a Demon Slayer. Alright, 1 minute before his reinforcements arrive, you'll still move it on in. Noblars are going a bit slower. But we are taking the high ground. Turn and Chuck. You 3 off a guard mode so you can keep pursuing the Demon Slayer. Run this way for me. This is the meanest way to deal with him. Alright, Skrag, you come all the way up. With this side. We don't need any other help over here. Oh, cheeky. Throw the javelin quickly. I don't have time. This poor Demon Slayer. This way. 13 seconds. Pull the Iron Fist back down the hill a little bit so they're not getting shot up by all the explosives right off the bat. Get him, get him, get him. Try to fall back. We should have the Demon Slayer. We just have to use all of our Noblar ammunition.
The tracker. Tracker, trapper, killer.
There we go. Reinforcements are here. Let's get back over to this side.
Skrag, the slower.
Some Noblars, you get in there quickly.
Noblars!
Take the top of the hill.
Anything for the boss.
Anything for the boss. As soon as they have the hill, we'll go ahead and come back over. Hunter's in combat that he really shouldn't be. Demon Slayer will tear him to shreds.
Seeking prey. Hunting.
Roll on away. Bravely.
Skrag,
Bravely
the
advance to the back of the line.
following.
Alright, Noblars, you gotta advance quickly. Those explosives are gonna be deadly.
Bandit butcher.
We may just get taken out by those explosives regardless.
Crusher.
Alright, one of our Noblar teams got taken out, but that's just fine. Bring the rest of the Iron Fist in.
Relentless hunger.
Alright, a little bit more explosive damage than I would like, but we should be able to smash through here.
Master of the meat pot.
Alright, those Noblars got eviscerated.
Of the Lord. Yes,
Turns out,
like more. Slower moving.
you boys get in there. He's still not down.
Hunter.
You trappers have failed me for the last time.
The more commands.
Alright, let's go ahead and upgrade damage on some of these Iron Fists. I think just the massive Dawi here might be enough to stop us.
Guts out.
Let's pull back so we get another charge in. Crumpled one flank.
I heed the more.
Need the tusks to come around. Slow down everything here.
Iron fists.
As soon as they pulled away far enough, we can charge them back in.
Cleave and gouge.
Alright, he's done. Everyone get over here. Iron Fist charge back in.
Slice the meat.
Saber Tusk, do your thing too. Let's go ahead and get Brain Goblin going on. Just trying to get some mass routes going on these Dawi. For those great weapon warriors.
Hunger. Skrag, the
Skrag plus Saber
slower.
Tusks going after
Forever
these
insatiable.
quarrels. Get the Saber Tusk to make damage.
The Godman. Righty.
Back in there, break those blasting charge miners.
For the master.
The rest of our Noblars back over here fighting some Dwarf warriors.
When do it? Killing time.
Fortunately, some of these trappers aren't going to be very useful.
Killing time.
Keep them bogged down. Skrag, we kind of have to keep moving.
Butcher them.
Well done there, Saber Tusk. Num-numbing on these miners.
Servant of the more.
Delicious.
Hunter.
Alright, as soon as this flank here goes, we can crash them all into this big blob of Dawi. Oh, I left these guys back in the back. You take the damage you deserve. Go ahead and charge in, break me again. Rip through them.
Yes. Great
Alright, let's go ahead and break. Oh, we didn't break these guys yet.
Me.
Almost, though. Lots of leadership.
Voice of
There they go. Alright, they're broken. So now we can bring this entire wave in here.
Bring us
We'll leave
meat.
one or two of them back to take down these miners. You guys getting yourselves over here. There it is. Now, see, as soon as I saw those blasting charges take out that first group of Noblars there, I didn't think we had much of a chance, but Ogres pulled through.
Ogres.
Gotta take as many of these casualties back with us as we can. Thank goodness for that dismember.
Iron fists.
Nope, there's Saber Tusk. Need all of the extra meat.
Voice of the Moor.
Speed that on up. Nobbler should catch the guys as they come on in. Having these dual weapons would have been a little bit more helpful. They would have died in droves, but still would have been good to have them. Alright, so we've been as just one lad. But to make all the extra friends. Go ahead and end the battle there. Glorious. Should be able to replenish a lot of those casualties too, because a lot of our Ogre Iron Fist, while taking a lot of damage, didn't actually lose any models. Like the Skaven, they don't exist. Alright, lads, real talk. How many of our mythos? I'm trying to think of the word. Not mythos, but they're the cryptids. How many of the cryptids do we have? Do you all think that are kind of like the Skaven, where they do exist, but everyone who finds out about them gets the knife? I mean, Bigfoot's just an orangutan someone airdropped into Alabama, guaranteed. But some of these others. And nicely done there, Iron Fist. I will never be talking smack about you again. Normal bulls, though, garbage. Let's get that extra replenishment.
By hook and by
Orphan Dread, we do now indeed pick out other enemies. We have the Boglars of the Mad Marshes. Toad Noblars were once a much debated myth among scholars, said to have the ability to multiply the merest contact with water.
Skrag.
Story.
Servant.
No more ancillaries. We'll go ahead and give you, my good sir. Bowseeker's a good one to have, so we'll go ahead and grab, let's say, sharpened spears for more damage.
The Moor.
He doesn't get an opportunity to throw that many spears before someone actually moves in and connects with the army anyway, so we've got all of them now. Meat provided and meat gained from battles too. Now we're gonna go ahead and grab the World Swallower. Hungry boy we are. Divide our moments, income from all buildings, Master of Meat, Quartermaster, and Lightning Strike. I'm thinking Quartermaster's the way. Drop that upkeep.
Thank you, Godmouth.
Thank you, Goldmouth. We're gonna fight this one as well. Again, just don't trust the auto resolve, and if we lose too many guys, everyone around here might declare war on us. So, the Battle of Varenka Hills, let's crunch them. Getting some proper Ogre practice here before the DLC. Tell you what. I don't doubt there's still creatures that human eyes have not yet seen, but I don't go asking questions that would get me the knife. That's fair. If you find Skaven, you just go, hey, a weird-looking rat. Anyway, on about my day. If we didn't see a rat here, you say it as out loud as you can. Skaven don't exist? Absolutely not. Skaven? Nah, that's not real. Can't even spell that. Like Wendigos? Wendigos are the mythos that I'm the most concerned about. No, thank you. Horrifying hunger spirits. Alright, the boys are all real sneaky, like. Every single battle with a Dawi is always more spooky than it needs to be. They've got 2 sets of blasting charges. Well, no, they don't. They have an entire front line of mountain blasting charges. Alright, Nobblers, I guess you guys are going to be in charge of bomb squad duty. How exciting. You've been promoted.
Take it all!
Hook-handed butcher.
Even though it's not a lot of fun, letting Skrag or our hunter absorb a lot of the damage from those explosives seems to be a good idea too.
Iron Fist.
Iron Fist in there, we can have...
Take it all.
Oh, they're already in their little weird group. What we're gonna do with you guys... have you running in from the sides and trying to disrupt those quarrels. Gonna have both of the gorges in the same general area. Us next to the squad, and then what are we missing here? Weekend Iron Fist. The guys that were in the frontal charge last time. I think a kind of ogre.
I am
melee checkerboard. That way they're impacting the line at different times. Sort of maximize their damage there. Alright, let's do it. We have it in the groups as we move across the field here.
So much meat you send us.
So much meat you send us.
Such a feast still be.
I take the... Actually, all of our Nobblers are going to get out of guard mode, so they charge towards guys after they start running away. That way they get in everyone's way. They're much more disruptive that way. Trappers come around. Nasty plan. Then you three gotta do the same over here. Gorgers will be better at engaging the blasting charge miners than anyone else.
Skrag, the slaughterer.
Alright, grab the main line once more. Biggest in the tribe. Keep them back just far enough we can get the orders before the blasting charges move in.
In my sights. This way. Here we go.
Or all teams might start firing.
I seek.
They do indeed.
Hunter moving.
Thankfully we can dodge a lot of that.
Seeking prey.
Alright, let's move on in. Throw a spear, then run yourself.
Stalking game.
Let's get caught on the hillside there. Lovely.
Where's me master? Stalker.
I'm gonna sit there and stare at him for a moment.
Skrag, the slaughterer.
Just keep running around. Our Nobblers aren't fast enough.
Munch 'em. Take it all.
Get in there, Nobblers. Go find someone and give them a hug. Then we'll just go ahead and give these guys the all-attack or forward order. Get them, Skrag. Lower leadership here. Give them more attack. Guess we didn't give them the attack order at all. Bring the Saber Tusks away. Let everything else charge in, and then we can send them in after these blasting charge miners there. True genius. Blast through here. Fistful of laurels. Blasting charges going after Skrag. Mostly taking out friendly. Rip them to shreds. Push you lads through. They're dead. There's always the possibility of mouse casualties against the Dolly. Not this time. Skrag taking a little bit of damage. Go ahead and pull you away.
Skrag, the slaughterer. In my guts. I bring my pot.
Break this lord with a spellcast.
Insatiable. I smell game.
Aw, smell game. There it is. We will let the battle go as long as we can because Skrag will heal the whole time with his gut plate. Keep rounding guys up. Awesome stuff. Don't have Blood Gruel for you yet, so casting isn't going to be going into healing. In fact, how fast are you healing? Let's see. That's pretty quick. We'll just leave it on for a moment, so it's not too obnoxious. We'll get up to 52. Almost. I am far too impatient to sit there and wait for that to heal all the way up. They're doing their best. They have short little legs. That's fair. Although you're going in the book for that statement. Nothing I can do. Just the rules. Ooh, see what this makes me need to be battling the Dalby as our Clan Verkin too. Need to see just how good. So from where you're all at, we don't quite have the Globe Claw catapults yet. But where I'm at in the game, for the recordings, we do have the Globe Claw catapults, and it is chef's kiss perfect. 31 lost in the siege. Not bad. We'll go ahead and sack Varenka Hills for good measure.
See them tremble. Skrag, slaughter.
We could also probably just let the Dawi build back up in Varenka Hills, then take them down again. So, camp up here.
Pray, eat, worship.
And if they build that settlement up a little bit more, we can deal some damage to it. We shall go for... I think I might start ignoring the quartermaster of the blue. And now we're already this far into the blue lines. We'll stick to it and finish it off.
Rights.
More mobility for Big Kev.
Ravenous children
And how far are we away from getting some actual proper units here? Saber Tusk Pack, not exactly what I mean by proper units, but they will do. They can work up to tier 3 and then grab all of the upgrades we can here in the Eastern Border Princes. Looks nice.
Tyrant of the tribe.
East table, we need to get up to tier 3 for any of those, so how many do we need? We need 8. 8 population points, really. Time to sit here and wait for a moment.
Do what I say.
Do what I say. We'll also start grabbing a couple of these dual weapon Ogre Bulls, because they have the anti-infantry, where our normal guys are the defense. Well, probably 4 of these guys in the background, at least in the early game. You need your armor piercing as well as your defense. Alright, let's go for larger fire pits for more camp growth.
Your children grow stronger.
Does anyone want to be our best buddy? I'm sorry. Zhao Ming wants to trade.
For what reason am I disturbed from my experimentation?
Listen, brother. I would like to give you a deal. We can trade, and I'll join your war.
You have a keen mind, Ogre.
Well, see, it's this ring here. +3 intelligence. Don't tell anyone. It's an enchanted forehead piercing. Alright, sweet. We're trading with the Western provinces now. Very exciting.
Is complete.
Welcome in, Peanut. Are the Iron Fists any better than the other works? Iron Fists are fantastic. I would say they're much better than works. Other ogres. I would say they are much better than the normal bulls, and what you should be recruiting over them every time. Auto Resolve likes them a lot more, and I'll show you why I prefer them. Excuse me, Spite. Varenka Hills belongs to me. I'm sorry. Eliminate the changeling. How do we find the changeling? Oh, we could use this to kind of hunt him down. I mean, that would be interesting. We need to deal with the Dawi first, but that would be...
Mighty Skrag, the Gorgers have picked up a scent. There is fresh meat to be had. Follow their trail and fill your cauldron for the more hungers.
Thanks, Dachi Johan. Appreciate it. So what I was saying, the Iron Fists are better for many reasons. One, we have our normal Ogre Bulls here. These guys have 10 less armor. Let's find one that's the exact same tier so we can actually show it off properly. They have 10 less armor. They have 8 less melee defense, which actually matters quite a bit for your big monstrous infantry. And these guys actually have a shield that is going to be blocking at 35% of all of the small arms fire, hitting them in the front. So they won't get dropped quite so quickly by crossbows or anything like that firing at them. They also just perform a lot better in auto-resolve. You don't tend to lose very many of them, and it allows you to smash your way through battles you might not have won if you had a bunch of bulls. I would say, because they cost, let's see, 129 as opposed to 153, they're only a little bit more expensive, and that shield is very worth it. As Gore Harvester, Skrag is ever on the lookout for fresh meat for his cauldron. Long days spent wandering the undercaves taught the Prophet of the Great Maw to observe the gorgers which haunt his every step, for their feral senses allow them to root out fresh quarry to satisfy their gnawing hunger. When the gorgers' nostrils flare and their famished eyes gleam red, Skrag knows that slaughter is close at hand. He has learned to gauge the scale of the potential feast by the gorgers' silent eagerness. On this day, the gorgers have spent some time sniffing eagerly beyond the caverns, heading up and out of the darkness and into the peaky saliva stringing from their hideous teeth. Skrag's instinct is that they are on to something big and follows them, determined that his cauldron will have the greatest share of the gut of the flesh gut, or the flesh glut. Full horde of flesh. Perfect. What are our enemy forces here? Keep of Skaven. Probably not something we want to fight until we have a little bit stronger forces. But we'll get to it. So the top knots got wiped out by Skarbrand after issuing the bounty to get him. That makes sense. A whole bunch of factions are gone now, and now we have so many missions coming from... But was Averlin gone too? No, it just ended for some reason. Maybe they claimed Grinstadt. Makes sense. Hunt down the Changeling and hunt down Profanot Steelbane all the way down here. We can get Wandering pretty soon. I'd say that's not necessarily that big of a deal. See if we can't get
This better be good.
military access with these clowns. We can't. They just end this non-aggression pact? No. They won't let us. We're stuck in this deal with these clowns. Alright, well, Skrag we will bring, since we have no enemies at the moment.
Throw a feast in my honor.
Feast in my honor. It'll be elite, man. We're getting only one growth a turn. One population growth a turn, pretty much. It's going to take us at least 5 or 6 more turns to get up to the tribal campground. Quite unfortunate. We do need us some more elite units pretty badly. We can't get anything better than normal Sabertusk right now. Okay, we can't spend any more of the population there. Maw Cave and Ockendorf.
It cools.
And dealing with the Forest of Gloom greenskins is something that is always an intriguing idea because it's nothing but gobos. We do have some spiders.
Bring me something.
Gabo, we should be able to... Oh no. We'll have to wait until the brutal business is done, otherwise we'll just get run over.
Ogres.
Okay, let's go on back over here to the camp. I'm gonna go into March stance and zoom our way over here.
The slaughterer goes.
We will trade these normal bulls for some more dual weapon ones. In fact, I think I want at least 3 of them total. Yeah, here we go. And we'll give these Iron Fists back over. Do have the Boglars of the Mad Marsh. I think we'll keep them in case of emergency. Our next ROR comes in at rank 20. Well, a long ways away.
Skrag, slaughter, sermon.
Alright, well, let's get out on our bounty mission then. It's not exactly the most...
It is yours and more.
Not exactly the most tactically brilliant play, but we're ogres. We either need to go after the Changeling, who is... Even if he's right here, it's going to be so hard to actually lock him down. Although, as I say that... Here, let's let you all decide. Hello, Arthur Wright. Good to see ya. Welcome in. I'm gonna go ahead and put up a poll real quick.
Everything's mine.
Which bounty should we pursue? Changeling. Hunting the Changeling. Or hunting Strigoi. I believe that's how you spell it. If I'm wrong, then I'll look like a fool for a while. That's fine. Happy about it. I'll go. The Empire target is close, but so are the undead. Either way, we're going to have to walk through a territory that people aren't going to be very happy with us. We can move up here and start bullying the Imperial forces that are led by Averland. With him, puts us into contact with... Because we have to move through, because Averland is the one that gave us the mission. Either way, I'll let you all decide. We can end the turn.
Hungry.
Before we do, could we bring back in...
Always hungry.
Argog is able to come back in and win. 2 more turns. Got a Boner, a Maw Preacher, and a Flagog of the Disciplined. Alright, cool. Yeah, we'll just wait for our master to come back in. We can get ourselves a secondary army out and running around. Allow us to pursue multiple bounties at once. Is the stream only bounty hunting? Well, it is, and it's also just playing the ogres and having a good time. The primary objective was to show off the bounty, I guess the mercenary contract slash bounty system rework, and the secondary goal is just to play some good old Skrag the Slaughterer, because I think he's even more terrifying for Halloween than most of the undead that everyone else should be playing. Kadak Ezor. Capture and occupy Kadak Ezor. Interesting. That's going to put us at odds with Beligar. Oh, here comes Scarbrand.
Khan's edict.
Interesting. Campaign's playing out pretty strangely. We're going to want to stay away from Black Buckthorn. He's got one of the scariest armies ever. So it's 50-50. Changeling and hunting a Strigoi. Alright, fair enough. I'm going to have to break the tie here. Yeah, let's move up towards the... Actually, we can see where the Changeling is, can't we? He's still in this place. He may still be bugged where he sits there and just raids the same province every single turn. If that's the case, this will be a really easy mop-up for us. Hunter Strigoi just pulls ahead. Oh, it's just after I broke the tie. Alright, well, I'll go ahead and end the poll there then, since we kind of need this decision soon, and we'll let Hunter Strigoi be the victor. Fair enough? Alright, Skrag. You're gonna have a happy walk for you. Raid the defenses here, giving us the guard house. Nobblar Trappers, Iron Guts, Bulls with Iron Fists, dual weapons, Nobblars, and Ogre Bulls. Well, it looks like a lot, it really isn't. Pretty easy garrison to overwhelm. Bar could be upgraded, not a bad idea. I prefer to keep ports than give them to our nearby allies. And actually, let's go ahead and grab, if we're able to, we can recruit in the Sabertusks here. So I'm gonna go Sabertusk and stop upgrading.
In charge.
I prefer to get mostly the Battle Cats. We've got Battle Cats and we've got Iron Guts now. I'm actually going to go ahead and get rid of all of these dual weapons that are not veterans, even though we've already recruited them. We spent the gold on them, but they're not nearly as useful as your Iron Guts, which will grab as many of those as we can too. In fact, I don't mind stopping some of our upgrades just to retrofit our armies. Blink. Can you maybe give me an overview of an ogre camp? Oh, do you mean lore-wise? I wouldn't be very good at that, but I can give you one here. I don't have the DLC myself. Fair enough. So the ogre camps are going to be the main major settlements for you, and you gain them mainly through your research. As soon as we get to our next turn, I can kind of explain it a little bit better. But your camps are going to be the only settlements that can actually go up to tier 5. So that'll be your only way of getting your really elite military. Special sauce. The butchers have come up with something new, boss. Ketchup, they call it. It's red, but it ain't blood. Comes from something called a tomato. Don't make no sense. Tribe's going crazy for it, though. What do we do about it? Ham and ketchup. No, we don't need no fruit and veg. That ain't no blood. We don't use it. Alright, so how the ogre camps work is based on the amount of camps you can have. You can deploy them pretty much anywhere you want. The only thing that's going to limit you is if you're too close to another settlement. And wherever you put that camp down, it gives you basically a portable city. These are going to be, like I said, the only ones that can go all the way up to tier 5. It takes a lot of growth to do so, so they grow pretty slowly. But like I said, this is going to be where all of your major... Ooh, come on, back over to the overview. All of where your buildings, the only ones you can get up above tier 3. So this will be your only place you can get up into the camp ovens and the iron blasters and things like that. So Big Crusher Rock, there's not a lot of actual army, or at least a faction benefits from a lot of these. You get some recruit rank, you get some army abilities, which are quite nice. So your camps are kind of a blend of a settlement, and if you've ever played or seen the Vampire Coast, where they have the horde buildings with them, it's kind of like a horde building you put down wherever you want. So they have special abilities, all sorts of good stuff. So let's see if I can show off a few of... You've got your normal military buildings, your basic ones, which just give you those units all the way up to the stone horns with the harpoon launcher. Very good stuff. I don't know that I would recruit too many of these, because you can just go for hunters, which can eventually gain a harpoon launcher stone horn on their own. Then you've got your advanced military, which gives you those man-eaters, all the variants of man-eaters up to the great weapons. Then as you upgrade that, you get more recruit rank. You get your cavalry, Morn Fang Cav, of course, which is all going to be monstrous cavalry. Very good. You're going to want to try to get a lot of the Iron Fist variant for, of course, the armor and the shields. But so Iron Fists and the great weapons are fantastic. You also, last tier, get the Crushers. They're extremely expensive, but they're also just, they absolutely wall up everything they touch. And these are another one where I don't necessarily, I wouldn't go for the Iron Fist with the Crushers. I would probably go for Great Weapon Crushers and have the Morn Fang Cav be your Iron Fist, or a little bit more of an expendable kind of hold the line cav. Rhinoxes are terrifying. All of your ogre stuff is going to be very smashy and going to just overwhelm the enemy with mass and might. Lastly, we'll have the Mineral Seam, which will give us extra recruitment capacity for this area, as well as unlocking your capacity for Fire Bellies, which are very lightly armored Firecaster wizards with a Lucha Libre Mask of Doom. They actually have pretty decent melee stats, but like I said, very low armor, and they are going to be where you get your Lore of Fire. Then you have your defense buildings, which are going to be the camp plot, which as you upgrade that'll be increasing the amount of research rate in this gigantic circle of influence. We've lost me buildings in the circle of influence, as well as giving them the gluttony ability in that influence circle as well, which is a heal that you can give to one unit 3 separate times. A very good heal at that. These are very good for just keeping the area around your camps safe in pretty much all the battles they're in. You want almost all of these active as soon as you can, and you pretty much kind of play tall around your camps. Like we'll see in our research, that's where we'll be getting more of them. So we get one from the first camp huddle. First, you just get them from these different milestones. You get a secondary camp here, third camp in the tribal gathering. Oh, you get one in here in the middle too. So there's all sorts of extra camp limit options. And at the very end, where are you at? You have the Sky Titan Plateau, so every single time you hit one of your level 5 camp buildings, you're able to have an additional camp. So after a time, you'll have no real limit outside of your just your camp growth and your income. But all of your other settlements for the ogres are only ever going to go up to tier 3. And so you are very limited on the building options here. In fact, you can get none of your elite military from your normal settlements. No artillery, none of the gunpowder at all.
It cools.
Okay. Trying to look at the units we had already in the camp. We've got 2 of the Iron Guts coming on in. I'd like to have 4 of them total before we move on, but it's going to be quite a long time to get those. We may just grab 2 Iron Guts and have 2 of them, 2 Gorgers for now. We're going to want to make sure we can handle what is in the field ahead of us. So we'll grab 3 Saber Tusks, build in Skrag's army, and then we'll replace you and one of the other Iron Fists with the Iron Guts. Next turn. I'm going to have Skrag go into a march stance one more time here. Try to get the Overseer trait. There's a trait that gives you extra movement range, and I always forget what it's exactly called, but I think it's called the Overseer.
Of the tribe.
Guard house here. Get all that upgrading. The Greenskins control a lot of the Badlands, as they should. So now we have Krezakrak really to worry about as our kind of next main enemy. Can you move your camps? Barak, you cannot. At this point in time, we don't know what is planned for the future of the ogres, but they do say that there's another kind of rework coming for how the camps and everything else works. There's not
exactly confirmed, and things like that can change, but I do think we're going to have more reworks to the camps in the future. And now, as of now, though, you cannot pick them up. There are a few mods, though, that I believe allow you to move them around. So modders have you where you're looking for that, at least until it's added to the main game. Because they have stated, especially in that vlog earlier, that the changes they've made to Ogres right now were more or less just the kind of the main rolling out of the red carpet for the Ogres, and there's going to be more coming with the DLC. Bigger pit allows for more meat to be cooked at one time, so many mouths can be fed in a single sitting. Most of this was just for the bounties, and then for their camps providing better mercenaries to everyone around them that is not your own faction. Oh no, the changeling's gone. Well, thank goodness we didn't go for that one. These bounties seem to go away quite quickly. We're trying to complete them. Let's grab these iron guts here, replace you two. And can we have a military access pact yet? No. What if we join your war with the Sires of Morcane? That's what we needed to see. They'll be rich. Lots of shiny stuff. Is Greasus or Skrag better to learn the Ogres with? I would say Skrag is, because Greasus you get lobotomized by Grimgor almost immediately. Over here in Greasus' territory, while Greasus I would actually say is the better lord overall, his start is very difficult, with Grimgor being your main first enemy, and then if Grimgor manages to ally up with Tamarkon and Kolek, you have Tamarkon, Kolek, and Grimgor all coming down the mountains after you. I would say Skrag is the better one to learn with. You've got a much more tame enemy around here. Still not a very easy campaign, though, because you have lots of enemies to juggle very early on. Alright, Skrag, now that we have a movement pact, we can come sprinting on down here after the undead.
Seek tribute.
We're gonna be a little bit careful, though. There's no telling where the zombies hide.
Ain't gonna roll over.
Good to hear. A big wharf. Big dwarves are better than little dwarves. We'll grab the wall or the walls when we can, but for now we'll snag all of the livestock pins and such.
The boss.
Gotta wait 3 more turns for them to torque the camp. Grab the biggest spit up into the Ogre Throng. I do like Protection Racket, more income, but we can get ourselves another camp, which is even better. We can probably prop that camp down here, maybe like this crossroads. Become a big nuisance down here. I like to put them in choke points that allow us to control the map. I'll never understand CA's design decision to put Greasus on a mobility scooter. It's because Greasus, his whole thing is he's too rich to walk. So he's never, even though it's, so what they gotta do is they've gotta make it so it's not a weakness for him. So they have to find a way to make Greasus and his big cart of money actually useful on the battlefield. Because he's too rich to walk. He doesn't walk. And actually the Noblars will throw gold in front of him. So he's only ever walking on a carpet of gold. I'm sorry, attack Numos. Now we're talking. Nothing but dust. Find a treasure in his dusty chambers and then bury it in the I don't want to bury the treasure. Not like there's any meat on those bones. What's the point of digging it up in the first place? Oh, lovely. I do loathing salesman. Nike has come to the Ogres.
It hungers.
We got rats off to this side. Alright, so we're gonna get out of March Dance because I don't trust anything down here.
Onward to the moon. I'm the great green prophet.
Oh, I'm the great green prophet. So is Numos held by Cetra? I'm betting so. We haven't met Cetra, so we don't know. If we declare war on Cetra, can we then move to your territory without having any issues? Let's find out. No, he's not that scared of Cetra. Fair enough. I guess he'll be just trespassing on Wurzag. I'm not really that concerned about it. Oh, hello there, Queek. Engelbert, too.
Weak, I dare you to try something.
Scum away.
I dare you. I dare you to try something. We will turn you into a taquito so fast.
Tyrant.
Let's see here. I think walls and Matorka and Ockendorf is the best call. Oh, Ockendorf better walls. I didn't even realize a muck trench. With that many full belly. Oh no. With that many full bellies, ogres quickly learned to weaponize their dung, creating trenches that could prove fatal if a trespasser fell in. Imagine. Don't imagine. Don't imagine.
Even
Abort.
me won't calm us.
We could probably get in some deals going with the Skaven though. Border princes.
So,
Our trade with the border princes is actually hurting our relations with people around here, which is kind of funny. Sorry, attrition. Oh. I don't like attrition.
soon.
We're not losing that many, so it's not going to be, I don't think, that big a deal. I don't, well, even if they ambush us, I'm not scared of Skaven, but this guy could bring over more friends, so we'll stay like this. After all that. Let's see, Ockendorf, can we go for any more goodies in the meantime? More capacity for hunters from the Gorge Cave. Troll corruption, or just some cash from the Counting House up to 158. Probably not that worth it. We will save. Why won't you just spam camps? I definitely will. But that would be what you do. So your camps are going to be your tactical capital settlements. You just can't deploy more than you're able to. So you're limited to your actual camp limit itself. We're at 1 for now. Until this next research milestone's completed.
Happy to receive.
What do you want there, Valmir? Non-aggression pact? I think not. And you were absolutely right, Brian. Sartosa is annihilating them. Weekhead Taker was down there ambushing. What are you doing?
Shower me in gifts.
You're fighting Scabby Eye.
By my claw.
I mean, even if they were to ambush us, we would just smash our way out with our ogres. Interesting that they're rolling with nothing but spears, though. It seems like Weekhead Taker is getting ready to fight ogres.
It cools.
You're looking for Ronovach. He's all the way down here. And this is quite the quest.
Hungers. Anyone want a challenge?
Are they sending Engelbert to try to go take down our settlement? How rude. We can just recruit up one of our lords to sit him out, so we'll have Skrag and go into in camp and start moving on down here after these undead.
In charge.
Greg the Big Daddy. Can I bring back in... Oh, we got Dunk the Flabby, Roth the Deboner, and we're going to bring back in our Maw Preacher.
Slaughtermaster.
Here's our second front.
It's time to eat.
Okay, you not quite reach the camp? What about in March?
March.
Can't cheese it.
Orange
Fair enough.
pot.
Fair enough. We're just missing and now the gold for the tribal campground.
Praise the
Fair enough. Something we'll work on.
Must butcher.
We'll skip on through here and let's end the turn. Unfortunately, our bounty target is running from us. Who all are you at war with?
What? Who dares
Why are you that
disturb
far
my
down to the
great
south
works?
then? We'll find out soon. Yeah, look at the blitz aggression towards our settlements. Good grief. How strong are Gorgers? Also, could you show Skrag's unique line? I can indeed. His unique line is quite bare bones. So it won't take us too long. And Gorgers are fantastic. They used to be even... They used to, I'd say, be the... well, it used to. It's been a long time since Warhammer 3 released. But on the release of Warhammer 3, they were by far the strongest unit in the entire game. They aren't anymore. Razorsack Numas is now away. Man, these bounties. We are the worst bounty hunter ever.
It helps the hunger.
It helps the hunger. Watch, as soon as we get down here to Kronovatch, oh no, the Border Prince, if the Border Princes get wiped out, we need to hurry. Claim this bounty from them.
It cools.
Let's get going, Skrag. There's Liesel Posner. Why are you all the way down here, Steelbane? What's your deal? Wonder what... Oh, you know what? This is a Corn follower. Killed a red one. I thought it was the undead. I was very wrong. And these bounties still have you traveling all over the place. Nah, we might as well wipe out the Sires of Morcane. We'll put in a camp somewhere down here so we can keep wandering a little bit better. I think it would be nice to have a way to kind of fast travel between camps. Maybe not let it be an instantaneous teleport, but a way that you can kind of move quickly between them. I think would be quite useful, because the Ogres are very wandery. Because these bounties are making us go all over the place. That's pretty decent. Force is going to hurt our income quite a bit, but we can at least defend Barak-Var. Awesome.
The boss.
You can see just how effective that upkeep production was. Pretty nice. Border Princes are doomed. Scarbered's taking their stuff too. Interesting. Next turn we'll be able to upgrade the camp. And finally get some actual gunpowder and some more Gorgers in our army. The Gorgers are fantastic. They're extra... Oh yeah, I realized I didn't show off Skrag's unique line. We'll do it here next time. I always get caught up.
It hungers.
Keep ambushing his way through. We got bigger spit going, and now we need to capture more. Oh, just in time. We actually have a proper bounty issued. Noblar prosthetics. An enterprising slaughtermaster hits upon the idea of fashioning crude, oversized slip-on noses and ears from the leftover scraps of hide. Desirous of these absurd prosthetics, countless Noblars flock to your cause. For in their abhorrent society, there is no greater sign of station than the bulbous snout and mammoth lungs. Lovely. Upkeep production for all of our Noblars and recruitment costs too. Alright, so Skrag's unique skills are, like I said, they're pretty bare bones. We have Gorger Onslaught, which allows us to summon in a single unit of Gorgers. We have Driven by Visions, giving us 8% more campaign movement. Prophet of the Great Maw, giving us more Winds of Magic power reserve, and less cooldown for all of our spells. The Maw Feast is going to make our offers to the Great Maw cost 20% less. Tavern Dweller will have a higher chance of intercepting armies using tunneling, beast pass, or world routes by 20%. And then we have the Whirling Stump Blades, which gives us 8 more attack, 10% more weapon strength. Everything else he has is going to be also on your Slaughtermaster Lords. So I'm hoping that Skrag is going to get hit with the uniqueification bat here when the DLC drops out. He does the good old... I mean, he does the Shack Shimmy, but in such a horrifying way, it should not even be counted. It's the Skrag Shimmy. Yeah. These great Gorgers are also fantastic. They are a primarily anti-infantry unit with 20 bonus versus infantry and a majority armor-piercing damage. They're unbreakable, and they have a Frenzy. So they will never run away, and they deal a lot of extra damage as long as their leadership is higher than 50% of base, which you can never drop, so they have Frenzy their entire lifespan. You can also tear down walls. Which, what more do you need? They're great. They have very low armor and very little in terms of melee defense, though, so they don't do a great job of defending themselves in a fight. You do need to keep them either moving or in kind of an ambush role. Otherwise, you will lose all of them quite soon.
It cools. I will.
I know. I'm trying to figure out how to get in here without taking too much attrition damage. We have to cross this river into Mordheim. And they likely have more undead nearby. Here, let's find out by going into an ambush right here. You've been trespassing this whole time here. We should be able to cross the river and hit Mordheim next turn. We're taking the attrition now, but that's alright. Should get us at least into the river so we can hit Morgheim next turn, even if we lose a tier 1 or 2 of our ogres. Walls and Ockendorf first, so we'll wait there.
I'll eat this whole stinking world.
I'll leave this whole stinking world.
The ingredients.
There's an undead army over here somewhere, so what we're gonna do is come out of Barkvar and go into an ambush, try to lure them in.
The meat must not
They might try to go all the way around after Ockendorf, but there's one way to try to find them. No buff to Gorgers? No, he actually does not. He has no buffs to Gorgers outside of just more replenisher rate. That's what I'm saying. The Ogre Kingdoms, since they were most of the time when it comes to... And Warhammer 3 didn't have the best release, I won't lie. But when the DLC factions like Norska and the Ogre Kingdoms... I think Chaos was a DLC faction. Or not a DLC, but a... yeah, Chaos was the pre-order faction. Chaos started off in a really, really bad state, as did the Ogre Kingdoms. Well, they're fun to play. They're really bare bones. I have a gift for you. Best not to refuse and repeat the tragedy of Macbeth. Indeed. No one wants Macbeth. You're about to get a McNuckle sandwich. All of our ambushes failed miserably. Good news is now we can start punching some undead. Right in their ugly faces. We'll have ourselves a pre-battle feast, which is going to buff up our speed and mass charge bonus. See if I can't go for another offer to the Great Maul that is bloody and raw for more melee attack. And now let's crunch the skulls. Ooh, we need to have ourselves another feast. Drumsticks for all. Indeed, Gorgers are his thing. Because in lore, what he does, he just beats the brakes off of a King Gorger, like the biggest Gorger in this cave that he gets thrown into to die. And then after that, the Gorgers follow him around. So, if they were to do anything, they're probably going to give him a little bit more, even more of a focus on Gorgers. But like I said, when Warhammer 3 released, just his giving the Gorgers the ability to heal, which is what his unique item does. I realize he does have one thing to buff them up, and it's with his unique item. Whereas things are getting killed around him, there is going to be increased damage and increased regeneration for all of your Gorger units, which makes them it made them nigh unkillable with the release of Warhammer. Now it's a little bit toned back, but it's still pretty terrifying. I mean, speaking of, we rule settlement battles here. Nothing better at them except for the Dawizar. Iron Guts in the back. We'll actually show off our brand new Iron Gut units too. Noblar Trappers to snipe anything brave enough to stay on those walls. I'll smell ya. Since they have no archers, we can move up a little bit more aggressively here. The Gorger is going to sneak in and try to get through this set of walls here. Iratusks, we actually all want kind of over here in the same area. In fact, I will keep them here and have them sneak around after this set of gates. If we can blast open for them. Post haste. No guard mode for any of you guys. Our normal ogres, and then all of our speedies. Iron Guts being much more elite than your bulls. They fought more battles. They tend to know the bruiser or the tyrant of the camp. So they're either family or they're close friends of whatever camp tyrant or bruiser that is. Maybe I'm mixing them up with the bruisers themselves. There's a couple. Ogre Society is lots of fun. In the worst way possible. Skrag. Gates. Everyone else. Excuse me. I wasn't doing it like this. No problem. I am, instead of going to be using the Stone Shatter like I normally do to knock down sections of wall. Ooh, hang on now, I lied. If this Necromancer stays up there, that's what we're going to use it on. I will send all three of you this direction. Knock over the gates there.
The more come
Yeah, we're just
on.
gonna act like we're doing nothing to this wall. Because little does he know, if we blow up that section of it, that necromancer would be sleeping with the fishes. Rest in peace, Fritz. Oh no! What a world. A necromancer falls just like that. What a bad use of your necromancer. Nagash would be aghast. Goblin boy, go ahead and move forward. You can possibly throw it at the Strigoi. And we'll move all the Noblars in. Anything for the boss. Start knocking down sections of the wall there. The Iron Gut's gonna stay helping out with Skrags. Assault on the gatehouse here. As we have some of the Ogre's spells, it's gonna get even worse. So what makes the Ogre so great is they don't even have to worry about walls, they just go straight through them. You don't get any good animations for wall smacking, they just kind of stand there and they'll swing their big cleavers at it. Things like the Toad Dragon and some of your other big units actually have unique animations for attacking the walls, which is cool. They drag walls down pretty quick. If you're foolish enough to stand on top, lose all the units there. Alright, these two Iron Fists are no longer doing anything. We're just going to keep Ermiting our way through the walls, so let's come around here. Alright, through the gates, so it's about time to start bringing in our Noblars. They will get blended through by the Crypt Ghouls, so we don't want to bring them in just yet. We'll wait a moment. Battle sounds here are incredibly loud. Let's get those Cryptors. Almost to that wall. It's taking them a little bit longer than I would like. We're going to completely ignore those ghouls. In fact, let me see if it's too loud for you guys can't hear. Yeah, but I have to turn the game down a little bit for this part.
The quarry is mine.
Alright, next strategy, next order of business is to open up the gates over here for our Saber Tusks. Right, they're in. So now all three of the stocky boys will come back and start grabbing positions. We'll have them running together. And them as a group should be able to handle one instead of Black Knights. Even if we lose a Gorger or two here, not that big a deal.
Voice of the moon. Take it all.
I guess they're getting through that wall too slowly, so we'll just bring them all in. They sent their bats out and beyond. Big bad idea. Realize I used the wrong ability. Wait for the Noblars to get in here and we'll go ahead and grab the Fistful of Laurels. We're losing Gorgers and droves, so we'll send them out. Noblars seem to have trouble finding their way through the side of the settlement here. Let's Fistful of Laurels with all of these units here. Yep, I will go ahead and blast another hole in one of the walls. That way, if we need to retreat our Gorgers real quick, we can. Skrag, if you and the Hunter come in after these guys, that'd be perfect. There are still the Cryptors up front. In fact, you all can throw your daggers at the horrors, that'd be awesome. Gorgers come in and run over these zombies. We're a bit surrounded here, which is when your Ogres will start taking a lot of damage. Where are those Black Knights at? Here they come. Okay, so we'll come all the way back here with our Tusks to grab their leadership zone.
Hunter! Hunt them down!
Try to smash through in to try to save our Iron Fists over here on this side, which are a little bit overextended, so we'll use their massive push through to go hit these zombies.
Here we go!
And here the Gorgers just use that mass to go through the enemy. Iron Guts, I want you to try to get in after infantry on this side. We'll open up this blocker for us as well. It didn't actually go down all the way. That worked for me previously. Interesting. Iron Fist used that mass one last time here. We'll leave the ones that are fighting fine here. The ones that lost a bit of their leadership. Come on up the hill. Those Noblars deep in enemy lines. You go hunt down the Lord. At least we keep trying to. Zombies is not worth crumpling. Also not worth crumpling. We'll hit these crypt ghouls then. Lower that leadership as much as possible. Send them back into the flanks there. Gorgers come all the way through. Oh, there's actually a unit of spears back here with them. I mean, they're not braced, and that's not gonna be fun. Get them, Battle Cats. I believe in them. They're just gonna try to capture zones back from us anyway. Let's go ahead and try to knock over this. I bet we can do it. Get a good angle on it. Noblar trappers, are you all actually doing something useful? Skrag eviscerated their lord. Drag that great big cauldron through, and I think we've got him here. Black Knights might be able to. Let's keep an eye on the Battle Cats this side position here. They're not properly surrounding, so let's go ahead and pull away. And we should get another charge. I'm gonna slow this unit of spears. Wait for him to no longer be braced. And then hit him again. Stuff. Looks like we have crunched the undead, but we failed to take down the barricade. Did the smallest bit of damage to it. Beautiful. Never any doubt. The ogres are they're insane. As long as you're using the right kind. You're using normal ogres. I don't think the ogre bulls could have done anything there. We'd have probably had around 50 kills, probably each, because they die too quickly. No armor, no shield. Ropa Scrap. Be the one who made those formation vids, because it looks like you were pretty well versed in setting up your army in formation. I made a few of them. I am definitely not the only one. Malleus Gaming did it way before I did. I think Invictus did as well. There's a couple channels out there. I've done a few myself, though. I've tried to become as well versed in the formation stuff as possible for multiple reasons. Because certain factions actually benefit quite a bit from having good old school checkerboard formation better than you'd expect, including your good old melee infantry. You get a checkerboard going of Noblars and Iron Fists, and you can blast through just about anything. Sweet. We will sack this other one first. Is the bounty to sack it or to claim it? Oh, it's to claim it, is it? Capture and occupy Morgheim. What an interesting bounty. So I shall. Strong guts required. Old meat is rancid. Need strong guts to eat it. Been told you've got the strongest. Best get this place under your control. Treasury, relations with Gabii, and meat for Targog. I don't think we want to keep Morgheim. Our victory conditions are to win the Cauldron of the Great Maw quest battle and then destroy the Border Princes. That's pretty easy. We're not even going to be the ones that have to do it. Yeah, we can give Morgheim over to maybe the Bloody Hands. Make some friends with these wawing boys.
Welcome yous.
Gork and Mork. Welcome you. I will declare. Well, we have deals with border princes, don't we? What if we break those deals? They're getting wiped out. So pulling a Sao Sao and switching sides here seems like a good call.
So be it.
This treaty is void. Skrag, your army looks quite nice, but we failed in our ambush. We know there's another undead army over here somewhere, but they might be trying to steam over towards Skrag now.
Tyrant of the tribe.
Tyrant of the tribe. We only have 3 more slots for this camp, so what we're going to want to do with those is wait till we have all of our elite military buildings. Indeed. In 2 turns here, we'll have the Ogre Throng, giving us an additional camp limit. We can have 2 camps. We'll find a good place for that soon. I think they're really the best one to be right here, right next to these 2 bridges. That way we can control this entire peninsula pretty effectively. In the meantime, we can also have the Matorka camp build back up with its squad of Iron Guns. It only costs us 66 in upkeep. Very cheap. Even grab a couple more Saber Tusks. I love that the Noblars are completely free now. So instead of grabbing the Saber Tusks, let's get the free boys. Noblar Trappers to defend the home front. In fact, we can start trading out the normal Noblars for Trappers since they're free.
I'm the boss.
Not free to recruit, but free to upkeep. Go walls in Ockendorf and upgrade it to tier 3 so we get even better walls. Lead shot tower projectiles. I'm here for it. Skill points for Papa Skrag. We've got... Well, what do we want to go for with you? Keep going down the blue path. Quartermaster's very nice. We can also grab a roaming free to further drop upkeep for our Saber Tusk pack. We've got 3 of those in this army, so that'll be a nice nice bump. They only cost 104 now, which is great. We're going to have you go just to the bridge here, so even if we don't get the ambush, we will have a very nice choke point battle. Hey, I think I'm about to say S&P. Welcome on in. Good to see you. You think the benefits of the camps offset the consequences of losing said camps? No. When you lose a camp, you lose a very extremely powerful settlement. So, definitely not.
Is it time to kill?
Well, I don't know. You have to, basically, the risk reward is you build up the camp, it's going to cost you a lot, so you really don't want to lose it. So once you lose that camp, you lose a heap of resources. You really have to spend a lot of your, you want to make sure you're defending them at all costs. But it's a similar situation to your tier 5 settlements. So when you lose a tier 5 settlement in your campaign, even if it's maybe you're only 1 or 2 of them, it's pretty impactful. Further bloodshed aids neither of us. I would agree. How much gold are you willing to give me for your lives? All they have is 3,000. Fine.
Harmony is attained.
And I have a much larger treasury pool. Alright, infestation of rats. Sakkarak Asgal. See, now we're talking. But we also still need to hunt down Kronovach Steelbane, who is still over here. We may just have to let that one go. Declaring war on Skarbrand. I've never seen him progress this far into the Border Princes this early on. Terrifying.
Acceptable. It helps.
Alright, Skrag, we've got a pretty decent army here. Let's see who's hiding in Karakazgal. And if they would like to meet our ogres. Oh, Clan Moors, you think yourself invincible. Let me show you how wrong you are. Before we do, let's make sure what we need to do here. raise or sack Krakasgal.
The great move begins.
We need to put ourselves in a bad position. I'm here for it. Clan Moors. Before we declare war on you, we could at least better make some gold on the declaration.
Then, but I make no oath for the surety of
Good
your
grief.
life.
Oh, he didn't like that we beat the brakes off of Barag Var. I mean, that I can understand. Sign the contract and be done with it. Why we have an advantage of this Skaven is we don't really care so much about any of our minor settlements. We only really care about the camps. We're absolutely going to have to fight this one because auto-resolve is rude like that. I mean, you bump 0% or 0 armor piercing by 50%, you still get 0, so I'm not so scared of that one. They have 6 minutes below summons. We have not many units that can really be taken out by it. If you get my Noblars, so be it. Get minutes below on my Ogres, they're going to have a feast. Let's have one good battle here against the rats, and hopefully we get to fight the leader of Clan Moors here soon, too. Less concerned about the rats here with our Ogres than I am with your normal factions, because we can just blow up the walls. We don't even have to worry about it. Still to the bloody hands as the Rogue Kaiser? I will indeed. And also, welcome to the stream. Good to have you. So as soon as we get done with this battle here, that's going to be the plan. Alright, I'd say the best way to take them out is just to go over it this bridge, same as always. I'm going to have my trappers actually deploy way closer this time. Normal Noblars will have 2 down this position and 2 going after this wall. And I'm going to have the Gorgers on anti-menace below duty. We'll go 2 Iron Fists there. Just going to spread our units here. They will get off the walls so quickly once they realize what we're up to.
The more commands.
The more commands. One's in position. Let's get squads in their groups. Saber Tusks will kind of keep you back here. They can rush around after maybe this section of gate. Let's do the thing. Advance everyone up the side here. Iron Guts, you guys get out on the gatehouse. 1 unit of Noblars going with. Alright, damage being done. Then we'll have the Gorgers come up on either side here. You get up here to help out with this 4 wall that is not indestructible, thank you.
Suits me.
Suits me. And we'll probably Shatterstone in this section of wall if there's still rats on it. I mean, that's a good deal of rats there. Hold the true meaning of war. That's the way. Shatterstone gets rid of most of those Sling Knight Runners in one fell swoop. In fact, we'll go ahead and scare them off too. Like, Noblars actually have more defense than you expect, so Clan Rats up in behind them and they just kind of shrug it off. Finish off these slings first, and then we'll go after the Storm Vermin. No shields means they should be an easy target. Battlecat circle. Yeah, getting shot to pieces by those towers, sadly, but I'm glad it's the Noblars. But slow these Storm Vermin here. Here comes the next summon minutes below. And we crunch them. Go after the Storm Vermin in with you. We've got another Shatterstone. I'm going to go ahead and use this on this gatehouse before the cats even get there. We're gonna send them in to capture the zone. Gorgers. You all are terrifyingly effective against even Storm Vermin. Ways Ogre mates. Realize that's a section of wall we can take down. Not indestructible, so we might as well drag it on in. Main gate's destroyed. Get in there, Skrag. Here comes another filthy menace below summon. Yeah, the truth is they absolutely are dead. Skrag, go ahead and pull away here. Full Gorger on these Noblars, which the Noblars have. This side will push. Oh no, we don't. No crashes. Come on, game. No! That's messed up. Alright, guys, be right back. Alright, we return. Had to do the intern over again, but that's alright. So now we've got ourselves a different bounty. Sand in your food. Occupy Qatar. We get some relations with the exiles of Khorne, and there's the Sky Titan string. Less a string and more of a knot of rope. Enchanted using the winds of Azir. Bears shots loose with staggering force to turn enemy shields. Give a shield breaker and more range. Not bad. Not bad at all. And welcome on in, Renamos. Didn't know we're going to play as the Ogres? Yes, such was the plan for update 5.3. We're basically just showing off kind of the very minor rework to the Ogre bounties. Where now we have 3 of them. And every time you either complete one or one expires for whatever's going on here. So it shows you who's issuing it. If this faction gets taken out before you were able to complete the bounty is automatically failed just because the issuer is now gone and they can't pay you. But you have basically an issuer, what you need to do, and then your reward. Where before you pretty much had an option of just treasury or meat for your rewards, now we are always getting some treasury. We're always getting diplomatic relations boosts, and we're always gaining a third option being either meat, growth, or an item. Which is pretty nice. And they're all 3 active all the time, and then once you've completed or failed one, you get a new one then the next turn. So we'll do the same thing we did last time. We'll just come on over to Karak. Asgal. I'm going to go ahead and actually quick save before we fight this battle. That way we don't have any kind of issues with crashes. No, we won't declare war on the Skaven yet. Gorkenmork, welcome yous. We'll give you Morgheim in exchange for a, let's say a defensive alliance. I don't want all the way up to a proper military one. Yeah, omens are good, I accept. There's our first ally. The crazy lad who's about to leave the Badlands come the DLC patch. He's gonna head all the way down to the Southlands and ruin Tic-Tac-Toe's day. I don't know what Tic-Tac-Toe is gonna do against that many savage orcs. You can drop your rocks, but they'll just laugh at you. What you doing for these weak rocks? We bash stuff like this with our heads all the time.
Do not sully my presence any longer than you must.
Sure. Bad attitude, McGee's. Joke disappoint me. Don't you worry, we're about to beat the ever-living breaks off of Clan Moors. Although I realize that does change the fact that we shouldn't actually be going after them, huh? Well, that's unfortunate. We've now started up a war that we didn't need. Well, that would be my fault. Wait a second, Bloody Hands are all the way down into Numos? What is this campaign? People are ranging far and wide for their damage. Khorne all the way up into the Border Princes already, and Bloody Hands all the way down to Numos. Well, we didn't need to declare war on the rats, but we're gonna do it anyway, I guess. Let's go for that pre-battle feast. That crash got the bloodlust going, even if we didn't get the right bounty for it. Let's take to the field after quick saving real quick, and crunch us some Clan Moors. We'll let the other army just kind of hang out and wait for them to come over. Same as I said last time, the good thing about we are kind of the counter to the Skaven in that, well, at least before they get their Rattling guns, in that we don't really care about our minor settlements at all, it's just our camps. And trying to take down the camps for the Skaven is near impossible. At least once you have enough units in there. You can stack a full group of guys in your camps and change the garrison exactly how you want it up to 20 units, where a normal settlement doesn't have that. And so the Skaven are able to overwhelm you with numbers where you can just go, okay, well, I'm going to have 19 Stonehorns in here. What are you going to do about it? We're taking them to the same place. Everything is exactly the same as it was last time. The disrespect coming out of this Noblar Trappers. Like to get them grouped up a little bit more, that way they don't trip on each other's feet. Hunter up on the side here. Skrag. Now let's get everything all redeployed. Hey Lucia, welcome. Good to see ya. I subscribe to you, want to share with you some amazing ideas for your channel that I bet you'll definitely like. Hit me at Discord. Definitely. I appreciate it. I will go ahead and come on in and grab a couple of our Iron Fists. Like I said, we'll just split them up on either side here. Secondary Noblars. Now that I know you can knock down the walls there, we're going to be getting aggressive towards that too. Let's go Iron and Guts on both sides, and then the Gorgers too. Well, us being the ogres, we don't really care about their menace below summons that much. Every time we crunch them, we actually build up our bar that much faster. I can get everyone in their units. There we are. Let it begin once more. Trappers in, you do whatever you're doing. Skrag, go straight up to the gatehouse. In, lads, in. Now have the iron guts go up to this section of the wall. You boys move in. Tribe needs it. Sabertusk, you go round to this section of gate for me. Gatterstone coming in pretty soon. Lovely. We should have you go up to the gatehouse here. Have they deployed differently this time? Actually, they did. They put the Night Runners up on top here. So let's have the Iron Fists. Ooh. We lost a good opportunity there. Let's wait just a moment. I think they're going to come up top, and if they don't, and they come back over to try to get these ogres, we'll just explode them there. Iron gets turned back around. Run these rats over. Easy crunching. That's so many. Let's wait for them to get up top here. We'll blow them all up together. I'll smell ya. Pull these iron guns back. These two iron fists can come into the gate. I think they're just trying to get up to the top position of the wall there. I'm gonna go ahead and explode it now. They don't lose as many, but it's still pretty devastating. Go after those Night Runners with slings. They are by far their most important units at the moment. Outside of those storm vermin. Get back here just a little bit. We'll have you charge into this group. Nobblar traps just went on down. I get through the gate pretty quick. That health, or the wall health, is going down also as quickly as it could be. Alright, trappers, fall back a little bit. They still have the gates captured, interestingly enough. Gates all down. Wall is destroyed as well. That Shatterstone is incredible. Let's charge everything in here together to run over these clan rats. That should be an easy ask for them. Through the gates, let's get them. Everyone move on in. There's no reason to be nice. Crunch them. Oh, they got through that gate quick. Sabertusk, capture the zone for me. Funnily enough, it looks like the Skaven were ready for that attack. Not ready for this attack, though. Start breaking important targets. I don't see their storm vermin this time. Fair enough. Blade rat summons. We's ogre mates. Noblars get on in, or Nobblars get on in there. Noblars. That's definitely what they're called. Yeah, we can actually deploy it on top of this platform. It should blow it up. There we go. Wall through. There's the storm vermin. So one of these Nobblars needs to go get involved in a hand-to-hand with them. Relentless hunger. Pull these borders back a little bit. Everyone outside the wall having their issues? Yeah, they are. They're bogged down by relentless batches of the Skaven. Speaking of, here comes the next. These guys through. You can actually use your charge bonus to get through much faster. Noblars fighting the Skaven elite is a perfect waste of their time.
Sure thing.
Noblars!
Gout.
You guys need to come on away for a moment. We need to let the actual bruisers come on in. Start doing some damage. They're all stuck outside the walls here. Charge in, Iron Guts, you get through. Use the wall breaker here. Saber Tusks, let's go ahead and bring you all the way around to grab this zone for me. There's another Midas below summon.
This way. Sure thing.
You have 6 of them. Alright, Noblar's fighting the Storm Vermin, got obliterated. Let's go ahead and bring the Gorgers through. Go ahead and give them a kick. Storm Vermin turn, but they've got Iron Breakers, all sorts of nasty getting in there. They can use this barricade as a shield. They do tend to. Bring these lads around. They should have some proper flanking attacks. Everyone up front here just keep bashing their way on through. You use the leadership break on those shield lads as well as more damage. Storm Vermin are putting up a pretty fair defense. We'll just make sure there's no falling back on top of this platform, and the Gorgers can nom-nom on some nom-nom on some Night Runners. One unit left here. Nothing's really going to stop our Battle Cats from capturing zones, so that should be a pretty nasty leadership break for them. Keep moving on in. I'm going to get you guys off of guard mode, which you're not already, and send them after that specific unit. Back in here, Noblars. There's no retreating till it's over. Battle Cats, your job is now grabbing the final zone. Time to be disrespectful like the AI likes to be to us. We can slow down this unit trying to pursue them. From the Skaven settlements is our units like to ignore orders a little bit too much because of how many choke points there are. They just kind of mess with the pathing a little bit. Wada. Between a Ardor blade and a horrifying abandoned Spartan child.
The more commands.
More damage for our Noblars. Let's have him wade right through them. Lower that leadership. Alright, they're on that last zone. I'm surprised the Skaven are still fighting. Little Skaven that could. Chuck some stuff down there at those fools. I'm real surprised the rest of the army is still fighting. Let's run in here on these Clan Rat Spears. I'm gonna leave the Hunter to capture the zone. Keep momentum going our way. Run these clowns over. Speed the battle up a little bit. They've got a few units that are kind of kicking around. That's why it's taking so long here. They're going to try to capture all the zones back too. Alright, Trappers, you're actually kind of in a bad spot all over there by yourself. And is it now time to break leadership? After you made Ogres run so much, they're not going to be happy with you. Everyone's going in the pot. Hey, David, welcome in. Hope the Ogres get an update as good as the Dwarfs. They really need it. They absolutely do. This Bounties change is a good start, but they do definitely need a little bit more help. They came in very bare bones, so they need actually just some help just to get even up to a normal faction standard. Like we were looking at Skrag's unique skills earlier. He just doesn't have, he has not very many. And he only has the single item. So the Ogres are mostly struggling from the same thing that Cathay did originally, where they all had, I don't actually think they had any magical items at all, but now they all have a set of them. Skrag needs a little bit of help, I'd say. Give him and Greece's slightly different campaigns, kind of like they did to the Empire. And I'd like to hope that's coming. We don't know yet, but I'd like to hope that's on the agenda. Alright, yeah, no, the Storm Vermin got some kills under their belt. They ripped through our Noblars pretty aggressively. That's alright. We are going to go ahead and loot and occupy. No, we need to sack it, don't we? We'll go ahead and loot and occupy because we actually don't have a mission for it anymore. And we need to do the replenishing and wait for whatever Skaven response team comes our way. I mean, Karakazgal is a settlement, isn't it? Gem Mine Shaft gives us a fair bit of gold. Big Gem Mine is 600 cash. Not a bad one to try to hang on to. Would be so difficult to hang on to, though. I'll go ahead and grab the Gem Mine Shaft here. And we can try to repair. Skrag's up to rank 13. Yeah, we get, at 14, we get the Gorger Onslaught, which just allows us to summon in 1 unit of Gorgers, 8% more movement range, and then a little bit more Winds of Magic and a cooldown for our spells. Which, while good, is not the craziest. We'll go for Lightning Strike into Renowned and Feared. They even like to fight you with multiple armies at once, and if we can delay them as much as possible, we need all the time we can get. Let's go Sharpened Spears here for Big Kev. I'd like to also peace out with these Landmores, because I preferred to only fight that battle because the last one crashed. Nope. So if we meet Queek, we can probably kill him and then peace out with him and move on down to Numos. But in the meantime, we definitely need to get ready for a Skaven response. It's not going to be a nice one. Waiting there. And they tend to avoid going after your big armies and go after your smaller ones instead. Quite a bit safer for them. Grab some more trappers here. Yeah, Targog's in charge of holding the bridge here at Bargvar. An important job.
Tyrant of the tribe.
Soon we'll be able to get some more heroes, but for now, we're out of luck. Outpost available for the Bloody Hands. Oh, we have to get Numos, which is held by the Bloody Hands. So if we wanted to help Skarbrand and get the Sky Titan string, we would need to betray our current defensive allies. I don't like that at all. We will instead grab a outpost here in Ekrend. Pretty much unlock the full suite of units here for our greenskin friends. Awesome. I really hope the next DLC after this one is Slaanesh. It would make sense since all the Mono Gods get a DLC. Also, they could use some fine tuning. I agree. And each Mono God, well, so it seems like they are going in an order for the Mono Gods, even if the Slaanesh DLC kind of left the overall I'm trying to think of the word. The overall roadmap. But I think the Slaanesh one was supposed to be before the Khorne one and the original one they proposed, if I'm remembering it correctly. But I'm thinking Slaanesh will absolutely get theirs. They've said they're going to work out. They're trying to touch up on all of the Monogod factions and try to give them all units that are kind of rounded out. Because at this point now, they're going to give the Wrathmongers and such to the likes of Ornate forces. You're going to have to do something similar for... They're going to have to come back and retouch Nurgle too, though. That's kind of the issue. There's a lots to do, and they do know it. That's why they keep bringing it up. So much was in the roadmap after Nurgle. Oh, was it? That's what I thought as well. We had a whole bunch of speculation that it was going to be the 2 elf, or at least the Dark and High Elves versus Slaanesh. Or at least they were going to be the 3 factions that were involved in it, which still is likely going to be the case. Right, you want to fight with us? Not yet. No! Angry Warzag. Alright, construction here for the Bloody Hens. And the Ogre Throne. And as several smaller ogre camps become large enough and touch a bigger gathering, a throng is formed. More population surplus for newly deployed camps, we should be at 2 now. More camp limit, and then the butcher ability for all of our armies. So after we've taken out enough enemies, we can drop a heal and a little bit of a bigger recharge on one of our units. Bit of a kick. It begins the drinking competition between bored bulls, but they make laughably short work of all the ale in camp. Desperate measures are thus required. Somehow, someone provides a steaming cauldron of lava. Dozens die roasted from the inside, but one bull merely belches calmly and requests another sip. How'd we get to drinking lava? Either way, we got ourselves now a fire belly, which is fantastic. Absolutely would love some fire spells. We got Maldig, bingo wings. Welcome, Maldig. Something happened to his lucha. His mask is like melded to his face. Or is this just the color for their mask? That is almost skin color. Yeah, that looks great. Although it doesn't seem like that's actually how they're supposed to look. Something seems bizarre here. Got an executioner's axe. Hit fighter sounds good, although I'd probably prefer that to give that over to our hunter here so we can get his stone horn faster. Like a living boulder. Like a living boulder. Alright, there's Kawik.
No, I blame you.
No, I blame you.
No.
And Alchemist Spark as well.
It cools.
We could reach Queek. Likelihood, though, is he would go ahead and run and ambush us with the two of them.
Skrag, silver,
If we sit inside of Caracas Gall, will they just sit there themselves, though? And for all these bounties, none of them for the units we need to go after. Okay, no, Qatar is what they wanted us to get, which looks like it is still owned by Cetra for the time being. Well, that's where I prefer to go after. We need to defeat these two armies quickly so that Moors is willing to sign a peace agreement.
do what I say.
Do what I say. Let's say 5 trappers to defend the camp sounds good, and then we can go for 2 more Iron Guts. Quickly transition them into this army when we need to.
I'm the boss. More meat for my grinder.
You know what, as I say that, let's go ahead and get the Iron Guts out. Otherwise, we won't be able to even pull them out of that army without taking some pretty severe penalties. So we'll grab our technology here. We also need ourselves a new camp quite soon. Upkeep for all Ogre units. Ravening hordes, keep them hungry, keep them mean. And treasury reward from all bounties plus 50%. That's not bad. Let's go upkeep production first, and we'll probably grab both of these here.
For us. For all of us.
I don't like waiting for the Skaven to come to me. So if we were to go for that ambush, 60%'s not bad. If we get ambushed ourselves, we're in a lot of trouble. That goes both ways. I'm gonna try it. We are going to gamble a little bit here. With the lives of our ogres. Alright. Lord not moved. Argog, I would like to try to bring you down. We've got the camp here. Hang on now, brother. What happened to all your movement? Oh, wait away because of the fire belly. Let's pull you out for a turn, and we can bring Targog's squad. I think we want to put the camp very close to Zvorak here. That way we have one on either side to kind of defend each flank. So probably on the other end of this bridge. They can go after Matorka, but that's it. I'd like to get him much closer over here. Those camps are pretty close together. Also, we get a Venn diagram. We'll see. But we will be deploying another camp over here somewhere. And a turn. Here come the Skaven. Stream today is going to be going until 5, so hopefully... Oh, I was going to say, hopefully they come on in for another battle, but they're going to go around the outside. That's 3 armies. Skrag's forces failed, and Kill the Ragged One is gone because Border Princes are also gone. Now we have multiple bounties for catching Qatar, which I would love to do, but now we have to deal with Weak and company. Luckily, these are weak armies.
Council orders. Plan scheme is discordant.
That's just a plague caster. Oh man, I think we can take him.
Not enough warpstone.
That is so many Skaven, but I think we can take him. Let's have one last big battle here for the episode. Before I do, though, I want to curious to see just the Boglars, the Mad Marshes, which are not that much better than your normal Noblar trappers. All right, Skaven. Actually, probably want to attack this army first. If they're likely to run away, that's just fine. We'll see. We'll see if it works. If we attack this army first, though, we can crunch them really quickly. Have ourselves a feast, and let's go maul some Skaven or die trying. I will agree with you all there that when we play through, every time I do jump into a Ogre Kingdoms campaign, they are lots of fun, but they remind me that the Ogre Kingdoms do need a lot of work. Absolutely. So depending on which army is coming in behind us here, we may just send a strike team in to try to go deal with Morphin Rot. Then we hang back to crunch this group. And that's just the normal army full of Skaven. Oh yeah, we can just defeat them as they come in. Storm Vermin are the problem here. The Skaven Slaves and the Poison Wind Globes are not. Set you up front. I will sacrifice 2 Noblar Trappers for the greater good. I'm going to keep them back far enough that they're not going to get just obliterated by those globes, though. We'll bring the Gorgers up here for this very important mission, as well as all of our Saber Tusks. And the Iron Guts as well, all of our elites. Meanwhile, the normal Noblars and company don't exactly know how wide the Skaven are going to deploy. I'll smell ya. Play something like that. We'll have all the Iron Guts in behind. Iron Fists, that is. And actually, we'll have one of the Guts back here. Alright, let's crunch us some Skaven. Actually move them a little ways apart because they will cast Plague Breath right through and it'll hit one of the units, but I don't want to hit both. Biggest into tribe. Come on wide here.
The slaughterer will not rest until all meat is chopped.
Soldiers get in there. Keep securing these halberds. In fact, you guys move up and help. Your hidden units are revealed. Whatever shall we do? Go ahead and bring one of these Saber Tusks back. We don't need all of them over here. Plague Breath going the wrong way. Where you going, fools? Iron Guts, get ready to come on in. Hit him now. Even gouge. Bring him down. Alright, well that's this unit crunched. Storm Vermin are defeated. We'll save till we have the Butcher ability there. 51 seconds here and 28 on the other side. Saber Tusk, take down those globes and not allow them to turn and fire even a little bit. And Vergen showed us just how dangerous they are. Alright, Trappers, you guys come on back round now. Let's go, Noblas.
Take it all.
Get on back around to this side. Go back just a little bit.
Skrag, the slaughterer. Jump and turn.
Go ahead and pull back.
In the trail. Take it all.
Give them the old charge order. Crunch in here. Beautiful stuff. Alright, now back over with Skrag and company. These guys are annihilated. Let's go ahead and bring them on back over to hit this one flank. Beat down on those rats. I'm actually gonna go for the dismember on whenever those artillery show up, that we would not have to deal with them earlier. Deal with them afterwards. Dodge through. Push through this front line here. Battle Cats come over after the Escaping Slave Slings. Alright, his artillery is still not in yet. Gorgers, let's go ahead and keep pulling through. Battle Cats, I'm gonna actually have you get ready to go after that artillery when it shows up. Enemy reinforcements approaching. Slam into this unit. We have lost a good deal of our Noblars. But this is a trade of 4 armies to 1. Or I'm sorry, not 4. That is a little bit more than we're worth. 2.5 kind of armies to 1. Yeah, keep going for your worthless Menace Blow summons. I'm here for it. Rappers, get in there. Hunter, you're the only one I want dueling with this Warlord. Everyone else can trying to rout these rats. Rout these rats. Skrag, let's go ahead and send you after the Chieftain once it gets a little bit closer. I'm just going to charge the Battle Cats into the line. So we can send them around after the artillery once we'll be focused together there. Increase that melee attack for when they do arrive.
All right. Off we go.
Off we go. Go ahead and crump this lord.
The more calls, dragging the cauldron.
Bring them on back towards our big mass of angry boys. Weaken. Strengthen everything charging in here. Go ahead, you guys catch these Storm Vermin.
Hunter.
Saber Tusk, we're gonna bring you out wide. Well, except for the ones that are already rampaged. We can do nothing with them. Hunter, you come back over here after this Warlord. You don't want to be fighting Queek. Heals for those Battle Cats there. Go ahead and pull back a bit. We want to get another charge on the sides. Drag, go hunt down this Lord. Here comes the Doom. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Now we need the Battle Cats to pull away from combat for a moment. Let's use the extra charge after the Gutter Rudder Slings. Iron Fists. Slam into this front line. Fair enough, artillery. Big mean you are. All we need is the one Battle Cat to catch them. These other two can go ahead and try to hunt down here. Power up these Gorgers. lower leadership here on this unit. Hunter somehow has actually ended up fighting Queek, which I don't want. You just go ahead and run away.
Chasing prey.
Take out those artillery pieces. Yeah, those hounds, or those battle cats got scared.
Gush out,
To be
boys.
expected.
Crush 'em.
That's one of the rats leaders dealt with.
The quarry is mine.
Or and chuck those javelins after Queek. He's a little bit hard to hit with them. That lord is shattered, not coming back. Run down these gutter runners.
The ultimate hunter.
But lose a couple of our lads here.
Swarm together.
Just a lot of rats. We're not really able to charge in and out of combat very effectively.
Here we go.
Relentless hunger.
And take down those Blade Claw. You get the Night Runners.
In my sights.
And we're losing too many units that are going right off the side.
Hungry. Off we go.
Trying to bring whoever's left round with these Iron Guts.
That's out, boys.
I'm gonna let the Gorgers be our wall for a moment.
This way.
Weaken their leadership. Increase the power on these Tusks. Yeah, losing the unit we did, or losing them all off the side like this is really unfortunate. Drop heals here. And you guys clobber this lord.
There's a cat.
Do what you can.
Find a man.
Back on in.
Yes.
Bring your pot. Go after those storm vermin for me. Drop those cooldowns. I don't see really any leadership. Well, you can drop leadership here on these spears. Then Iron Guts come through. Keep mauling those gutter runners. Now we're gonna lose some of our gorgers, unfortunately. We're gonna pull them away from the fight for a second. Slow these rats all down. Buff up those trappers. Come on, bring down this warlord. Even are big blobbed up, aren't they? Warbeats, come on away. Crunch that unit. Let's go ahead and find another weak inside of this here to smash. Out of ammunition. Keep chucking.
Skrag, the slaughterer. Bring us me.
Maybe it's too much for us here. Queek being basically full health is all sorts of unfortunate. I pull away. Gotta get a few more cycle charges here where we can. Gotta leave the gorgers in to keep fighting though. Help with the storm vermin, can't move closer. Yeah, we did good, but we did have ourselves a single loss. But if we can add this loss and survive, good old Brawler Guts Big Kev here gets himself some extra tankiness. Slam in. We're gonna work together on one unit at a time. Couldn't even drag down this warlord like I wanted him to. And Queek's starting to take some damage. Iron Guts, what do you guys have? They're still basically full health, so if we can keep them cycling. Bring these battle cats out. You guys have successfully, very slowly, get that last Blade Claw. We're gonna lose this battle. They're gonna lose the leads. Use that mass to keep moving through. We are just about out of magics. Unfortunately, it's halberdiers we're trying to deal with here. That's another lord dealt with. Come on. If we can break these halberds. That didn't quite work for us.
Chop and tear.
And they're quick like. It's not over till it's over. Although, we are definitely going to end up running out of Gorgers. We're going to have to get them through Global.
Skrag, the slaughterer.
Slow the keeps here. We need both our Hunter and our Skrag to be working on Weak at the same time. Iron Guts try to charge through. Pull the Battle Cats away. Come on, Iron Guts, keep charging. All the Battle Cats back in. The more the rats we can scare, the more we can try to get that mouse route going. Iron Guts, come through this way, keep using that charge through. Come on. What Pyrrhic victories were named for. I have all of anything that's a melee beastie. Ignore the leader of Moors and get these storm vermin. Iron Guts pull away once more. We'll go ahead and drop the heals on our Iron Fist so we don't lose them at least. Weak is overwhelmed by ogres. Now we'll come back in on these storm vermin. And that warlord there by Toxer is he's running. Alright, they're bringing in more units. Go ahead and try to charge through. Same thing here with these guys. Storm vermin are always going to be the bane of our existence here. If he runs, we've got him. Come on. There goes Queek. We did it. Granted, not the glorious victory that I thought it would be. But still, we're going to be trying to round up as many of these rats as possible. Then, running for our lives. We managed to escape.
Limb from limb.
Not like we were really going to be able to catch him anyway. Rats run like hell when they're scared. All right. Yeah, we need all of the battle captives here, and we'll go ahead and heal up our single entities that actually can be healed. Start throwing javelins at them. We're completely missing. That works too. There's like 3 guys they're chasing. Try to come over here and salvage that a little bit. You got point blank. Drop as many rats as you can. They did manage to catch them. Sweet. One more heal there on... I don't know. If it resurrects units, it'd be awesome. I just don't think it does. Alright, it's in the battle there. And the very definition of a Pyrrhic victory. They came at us with almost, actually exactly pretty much 6,000 units. 6,000 to 1,300. 500 kills. Pretty much all of the Iron Guts survived that battle. That's insane. Did we only lose 1 Iron Gut in each unit? Huh. The true MVPs. It's not Gorgers, it's Iron Guts. Ogres, me lord. Welcome in, Nathan. Good to see you. I can't stay with her, just want to say hello for the Great Maw. Thank you kindly. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day there. We get in this stream with a pretty good victory, even if we have to kind of trundle back and all we have to re-recruit is the Gorgers. Or we can just snag some more iron guts. Little karate chop. Unfortunately, a lot of these reinforcements did manage to run. Oh, I think we did a good job. We'll grab the, 2% replenishment. We captured 1,600 of them. Disrespect. Turning. Lee back up the mountains.
Sufficient meat was chopped.
Beautiful. We found ourselves a cave painter. In lieu of a proper written language or indeed any level of basic literacy, the tyrant's achievements are immortalized in pictures on the walls of caves. Oh, they are. Oh, I'm sorry, what did Vermin Flail give us? And more bonus v infantry?
Skrag, slaughter.
Which means we're up to 30 bonus versus infantry. How awesome.
The more.
We could press advantage here and take down the rest of them. I just think we would get brutally brutalized. Let's go ahead and fall back to Karakasgal.
The great more.
I'm going to... I guess I would like to destroy the maw hole for
Right.
walls. So we'll do that now. Keep our gem mine, of course.
Hungers.
Gotta be greedy.
Your
And in the meantime... Yeah, we do need units, so... We'll go ahead and grab the Boglars. And one more unit of just normal Noblars. Soon we shall replace those with proper Gorgers. It's going to take us 3 turns there. And however many through global.
Throw a feast in my
Treasury reward from Bounties plus 1% sounds awesome. Cruise tent for even more growth. The gut hinge for our butchers. Or we can get some artillery through the mineral seam, lead belchers, and scrap launcher. I think that's absolutely the way. Artillery all day. Now Wurzhag's up here. I guess his wall target was Myrmidons, and he succeeded like a champion. Now he's probably gonna go fight with the stunties up in the mountains. Alright, well, hope you all enjoyed the first stream here for Skrag the Slaughterer. As of yet, it's just going to be a first look. I'm not sure if we're going to go ahead and continue this one because we don't really know when the Ogre Kingdoms DLC is coming on out. So our main stream for the channel is still going to be Xiaoming. And we'll kind of have this one in as the background. If it's going to be a little bit longer for Ogre Kingdoms, I'm happy to continue us up some Skrag because it's been so much fun so far. Kind of bopping our way across the landscape and not really worrying about so much about the settlements we're picking up. Just getting in good scraps and annihilating fools. Here for it. Thanks so much for stopping by the stream. I'll catch you all next time.